Passion Pages. Chapter 295. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian was still very satisfied with his current strength. Even if it was in the outer realm, his accomplishments at such an age could be considered to be not bad. Of course, it could only be considered to be not bad. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, there were many powerhouses in the foreign lands. Some forces had even been passed down for 10,000 years. The descendants of those forces were extremely powerful. Some of the geniuses among geniuses had even broken through to the nascent soul stage when they were at Duan Lingtian's current age. Of course, the reason these people's cultivation base rose so quickly was because they had the best cultivation resources. Although they did not have the medicinal pills with 90% purity that Duan Lingtian refined to assist their cultivation, they had various spirit fruits collected by the forces they belonged to. Those spirit fruits were treasures of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. They were extremely rare. It could be said that the strength of those geniuses was piled up with treasures of heaven and earth that ordinary people could not imagine. My current innate talent can be considered to be at the top even in the entire cloud continent. As long as I'm strong enough in the future, I'll be able to leave the Darkhan dynasty and head to the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that the reincarnation Emperor Wu left for his third reincarnation. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly excited. The reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives rebirth technique and had to go through 3 reincarnations before he could cultivate it to perfection. Therefore, the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind many treasures in his first reincarnation for his second reincarnation. In his second reincarnation, the reincarnation Emperor Wu relied on the treasures he left behind in his first reincarnation to cultivate to the peak of the Emperor Wu in the shortest amount of time possible. In his second reincarnation, when the reincarnation Emperor Wu planned to cultivate the 3 lives rebirth technique for his third reincarnation, he also left behind many treasures. Those treasures covered a myriad of things. There were countless precious materials and spirit fruits. There were even many royal-grade medicinal pills and royal-grade spirit weapons that ordinary people could not imagine. There were also powerful inscriptions that could be said to be heaven-defying. Apart from these, there were many other things. There were countless of them. The reincarnation Emperor Wu stored all the treasures in a spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the space within that spatial ring was even larger than his courtyard house in the inner city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. Every time he read this memory of Samsara Emperor Wu, he couldn't help but feel excited. Because these things would belong to him in the future. Emperor Wu of Samsara probably never thought that everything he had prepared for his third life would end up in my hands. Gradually, Duan Lingtian suppressed the restlessness in his heart. To him, the things left behind by Samsara Emperor Wu were too frightening. Those things were practically top-notch items in Cloud Continent. For example, royal-grade medicinal pills, royal-grade spirit artifacts. During the 2 eras of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lives, only he could refine these things. Even now, Cloud Continent might not have royal-grade alchemists and royal-grade weapons craftsmen. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the 2 eras of Samsara Emperor Wu's life, not to mention royal-grade alchemists and weapons craftsmen, there weren't even quasi-royal-grade alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Passion Pages. Under Samsara Emperor Wu, the strongest alchemists and weapons craftsmen were only grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen. I, Duan Lingtian, will surely stand at the peak of Samsara Emperor Wu's past. No, I'll surpass the former Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became firm. In the depths of his heart, he had made a resolution that no one and nothing could shake. What am I thinking of? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian withdrew his thoughts that had drifted to God knows where. I wonder where those 2 little fellows are now. Even if I rely on my grade 7 spirit sword and quake energy, I'll at most be able to hunt 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts. If I go deeper, there'll surely be nascent soul stage fierce beasts. With my current strength, it's difficult to deal with nascent soul stage fierce beasts. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. After going deeper slightly, he stopped and started to search the surroundings to see if he was able to notice the traces left behind by the two little pythons. As for going deeper, Duan Tian temporarily gave up on the thought of going deeper. Although he could rely on the bone corrosion inscription to kill nascent soul stage fierce beasts, a single bone corrosion inscription was worth a few million silver. He couldn't use the bone corrosion inscription all the way, although he had quite a bit of wealth in his possession, it couldn't withstand such consumption. Moreover, he only had a lot of cash within his spatial ring, but the materials to inscribe the bone corrosion inscription weren't many. At most, it was only enough to inscribe 50 or 60 bone corrosion inscriptions. Two little fellows that cause trouble. When I find the two of you, I'll surely teach the two of you a good lesson. With a helpless mood, Duan Tian continued to go deeper and started to search the primeval forest. All along the way, he encountered many 9th-level origin core stage fierce beasts. The strength of these 9th-level origin core stage fierce beasts was comparable to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. However, Chu Yang relied on his own strength of 81 ancient mammoths and the amplification of his grade 7 spirit sword to execute an attack, and it instead attained the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Relying on quake energy, even a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast would find it difficult to block a sword strike of his. Of course, once he encountered some 9th-level origin core stage fierce beasts that were adept in speed and concealment, Duan Tian would be in an extremely sorry state. Needless to say, the primeval forest was really extremely large. Duan Tian circled around the outer area of the primeval forest and spent 10 days and 10 nights. During these 10 nights, he slept in the open in the primeval forest. After 10 days, Duan Tian had practically turned the outer area of the primeval forest upside down, but in the end, he still didn't find even a trace of a trace left behind by the two little pythons. Forget it, I'll wait for those two little fellows to return by themselves. They ought to have entered the inner area of the primeval forest. Duan Tian shook his head slightly helplessly, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest, intending to return to the 7-star sword sect. On the way out of the primeval forest, he could occasionally see some people hunting fierce beasts, and looking at the attire of these people, they were all 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Before long, Duan Tian returned to the 7-star sword sect and arrived at the entrance. After walking through the entrance, Duan Tian ascended the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Whoosh! A wave of piercingly cold wind sounded out ahead, causing Duan Tian, who was walking in the middle of the mountain path, to frown, and when he raised his head, he saw a figure that was swift like lightning flashing down from the mountain. Although this person's speed was extremely swift, Duan Tian still saw his appearance. This was a young man with slightly warped and hideous features, and a pair of triangular eyes that caused Duan Tian to have a feeling of déjà vu. Duan Tian saw the symbol on the young man's attire. Just like him, the young man was also an outer court disciple. But, when this outer court disciple dashed, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, 7th-level origin core stage martial artist. Noticing that the young man seemed to have an urgent matter, Duan Tian moved to the side. But even then, when the young man flashed past Duan Tian's side, the strong wind that was stirred up still caused Duan Tian's outer court disciple attire to flutter. Duan Tian frowned and continued walking up the mountain, then he passed through the chain bridge to return to Migres Peak. As soon as he stepped onto the high platform of Migres Peak, Duan Tian noticed a burning gaze descending onto him. Duan Tian looked over, it was a Migres Peak disciple with an ordinary appearance. This Migres Peak disciple hurriedly lowered his head when he saw Duan Tian's gaze sweeping over. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Tian was able to determine. This Migres Peak disciple's cultivation was at most at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. When he was about to return to the peak of Migres Peak, he noticed that the Migres Peak disciple had actually silently followed him from behind. Humph! Duan Tian's acute spiritual force noticed the Migres Peak disciple following him at the first possible moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. So long as it wasn't an existence at the void prying stage following him, he could rely on his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking methods to easily notice the other party. Duan Lingtian intentionally walked into a remote path, then went around to the back of a forest. As expected, that Migres Peak disciple followed him. Where's he? In next to no time, that Migres Peak disciple noticed that after his target took a turn here, he actually vanished into thin air. Instantly, his face revealed a trace of bewilderment. Are you looking for me? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was concealed nearby, walked out from the nearby forest, and when he saw the Migres Peak disciple with a panicked expression, his tone was terrifyingly calm. No. At the same time that this Migres Peak disciple was panicked, he hurriedly denied it. What a joke! Although the young man before him was younger than him, his strength wasn't something that he could compare to. Even an existence at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage died at the hands of this young man, let alone him, a mere 3rd level Origin Core stage martial artist, so, before this young man, he didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. Because he knew that even if he wanted to flee, he wouldn't be able to. No? Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the Migres Peak disciple, and a dense killing intent extended out from his body, as if transforming into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped the Migres Peak disciple before him. Instantly, the Migres Peak disciple's face went ghastly pale, and he felt as if he was in an azurous field. The icy coldness that penetrated straight into his heart caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling, and he hurriedly circulated his origin energy to resist, only then did he slightly warm up. Who asked you to follow me? Duan Lingtian looked at this Migres Peak disciple and asked once more, and his tone had an additional sense of coldness. I didn't follow you. The Migres Peak disciple gritted his teeth and forcefully endured it, then spoke with a trembling voice. Pig-headed. When he saw this Migres Peak disciple had no intention of letting go, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a string of afterimages. Bang! Chapter 296. After kicking the Migres Peak disciple flying, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to follow up. When the Migres Peak disciple wanted to crawl up, Duan Lingtian raised his leg and fiercely descended onto the Migres Peak disciple's chest, stomping him back down. Bang! The Migres Peak disciple's body once again fell onto the ground, and he was shaken to the point his face went ghastly pale, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and terror. Who sent you here? Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm, but his gaze that became even more icy cold undoubtedly told this Migres Peak disciple that he already didn't have much patience. No one really sent me here. Really? The Migres Peak disciple's gaze squinted, and he hesitated for a moment, seeming to have some misgivings as he spoke with a panicked expression. Very good. When he saw the Migres Peak disciple still being stubborn at a time like this, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand, and it flickered with an icy cold light. No. Don't. The Migres Peak disciple's pupils constricted and his face went pale when he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw his sword. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you still don't speak, then I'll kill you with a single strike. You ought to know that even though the 7-Star Sword sect has a prohibition that fellow disciples aren't allowed to kill each other under the life and death arena, but so long as no one sees me kill you, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian waved the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, then lightly extended his other hand to stroke the blade of the blade, as if he was gently stroking his lover. Duan Lingtian's words that didn't contain the slightest emotion entered into the ears of the Migres Peak disciple, causing his face to go pale, and traces of terror were mixed within his eyes. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true. If he really died here, then with the remoteness of this place, even if someone discovered his corpse, it would probably be a matter of many days later. At that time, no matter how deep the 7-Star Sword sect's resources and reserves were, and no matter how formidable the strength of the sect higher-ups was, it would be impossible to find out who killed him. Therefore, even if he were to be killed by Duan Lingtian here today, it would be a meaningless death. 5 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the panicked eyes of the Migres Peak disciple, and a wisp of a bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. The sword in his hand cooperated with the Migres Peak disciple to form a sword flower that was dazzling and gorgeous. 3 more breaths of time. After 2 breaths, Duan Lingtian's voice turned even colder. The sword in his hand was raised slightly, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. I'll talk. I'll talk. Finally, this Migres Peak disciple was unable to endure the pressure Duan Lingtian brought to his mind, and he spoke with a terrified expression. His tone was incomparably flustered, as he was deeply afraid that if he was too late, Duan Lingtian's sword would mercilessly descend. Speak. Duan Lingtian looked at the Migres Peak disciple and said coldly, if I discover that you're lying, then don't blame my sword for being merciless. I don't dare. I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare lie. The Migres Peak disciple was frightened to the point he spoke without thinking, and after he caught his breath, he continued. It was Elder Zhao Lin who asked me to monitor your whereabouts. So long as I see you appear, I have to report to him at the first possible moment. Besides that, he also said that if I'm able to find out where you cultivate, then he'll bestow me an additional 10,000 gold. Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's face sank. He never imagined that it was that Zhao Lin's doing again. That Zhao Lin, for the sake of a non-existent cultivation technique that he made up, sent people to deal with him one after another, but in the end, they all went for wool and came home shorn. Now, Zhao Lin actually still hadn't given up. Duan Lingtian, I've already said what you want to know, let me go. The Migres Peak disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, who had an indeterminate expression and was slightly panicked, as he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. Duan Lingtian raised his leg and swept the Migres Peak disciple with a cold and indifferent gaze. You better not tell what happened today to that Zhao Lin. Otherwise. I won't, I surely won't. The Migres Peak disciple vowed solemnly. Fuck off. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he spoke with a cold and indifferent tone. Yes, yes. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded, then crawled up and fled in a sorry state, and before long, he'd vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he saw the Migres Peak disciple leave, Duan Lingtian shuttled back and forth on the mountain path before finally ascending the peak and returning to the stalactite cave. As he sat cross-legged on the stone platform, Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent. That Zhao Lin actually still hasn't given up on the thought of seizing my cultivation technique. Now that I've revealed a strength that's able to annihilate a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, even a 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple ought to not dare help him. Looks like he's prepared to investigate my whereabouts, then make a move himself. Duan Lingtian guessed Zhao Lin's intentions. At the same time, he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, there was that Migres Peak disciple today, otherwise, he wouldn't even know that Zhao Lin was still watching him. He could imagine that under the circumstances where he wasn't on guard at all, if he was secretly followed by Zhao Lin, then once he entered a place without people, it would surely be difficult for him to escape death. He believed that when faced with the temptation of the non-existent cultivation technique, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, Zhao Lin would undoubtedly ruthlessly kill him. But unfortunately, Xiong Quan isn't by my side. The strongest ability in my possession, the Blaze Inscription, is also unable to deal with him. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. Looks like I have to be careful when walking within the 7-star sword sect in the future. Otherwise, once that Zhao Lin finds an opportunity, I'll surely die. With a heavy heart, Duan Lingtian withdrew an origin strengthening pill and consumed it, then he closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python Form. Duan Lingtian knew deeply. Only when his own strength was sufficiently strong would he be the true king. If he was a void-prying stage martial artist now, why would he need to be afraid of Zhao Lin? Cultivate. Cultivate. The hot blood within Duan Lingtian's body completely boiled, and the origin energy within his body started to violently roil as well. His cultivation was increasing at an extremely swift speed. If he continued cultivating at this speed, he believed that his cultivation would be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage before long. Migres Peak, within the gorge that was filled with light. What? He's appeared. Zhao Lin asked indifferently as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple that hastily entered. Yes, Elder Zhao Lin, he returned from Dubhe Peak. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded. What? You didn't follow him? If you're able to find out where he cultivates, I'll bestow you 10,000 gold. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at the Migres Peak disciple, seeming to be tempting him. 10,000 gold? The Migres Peak disciple couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard Zhao Lin. It's because of your 10,000 gold that you almost caused me to lose my life. Luckily that Duan Lingtian didn't pursue the matter, otherwise, I would have been killed by you. However, this Migres Peak disciple had a calm expression on the surface, and laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao Lin, I want your 10,000 gold as well. But, I'm utterly unable to keep up with him. Zhao Lin nodded and didn't find it strange. As far as he was concerned, even he had once been left behind when following Duan Lingtian, let alone this third-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. Are you sure he returned to Migres Peak? Zhao Lin asked to confirm further. I'm sure. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded and said with certainty. Continue watching him for me. If he leaves Migres Peak at any time, report to me right away. This is what you deserve. Zhao Lin nodded, then with a raise of his hand, he passed a 1,000 gold bill to the Migres Peak disciple. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lin. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly expressed his thanks, and didn't dare mention a single word about Duan Lingtian stopping him. Because he knew that once he mentioned it, not only would he offend Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't even be able to obtain this gold bill. Do things properly for me in the future, I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Lin nodded and waved his hand. You can go. Yes. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly left, then secretly wiped off his cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. There were two great clans in Black Bamboo City, and they kept each other in check, controlling a third of the businesses in Black Bamboo City. As for the other two-thirds of the businesses, it was instead controlled in the hands of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The Sher clan was one of the two great clans in Black Bamboo City. Outside the Sher clan estate, a figure that was like the wind flashed over swiftly, desiring to charge into the Sher clan estate. Who is it? The faces of the two guards at the Sher clan estate's entrance went grim, and they hurriedly stopped the figure. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs sounded out as the two guards were kicked flying, and they collided with the entrance. Right when they stood up in panic and intended to call for help, they inadvertently clearly saw the face of the young man that stood at the entrance with a cold expression, and the panic and rage on their faces vanished without a trace, and replacing it was respect. Eldest young master. The two guards bowed and called out respectfully. Both of you are rather competent, even daring to obstruct this young master. The young man's features were warped and savage, and his pair of triangular eyes emitted traces of a gloomy aura. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize him with a glance. This young man was precisely the young man that dashed like the wind he encountered on the mountain path of Dubhe Peak when he returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect from the primeval forest. Eldest young master, spare us, we didn't know it was you. The two guards hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in panic, and their faces were filled with perturbation, as if this young man was a scourge. All right, I can't be bothered to fuss about it with both of you today. Let me ask both of you, has the young miss returned? After I returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect, I didn't see her, and the gorge she usually cultivates in has been empty for a long time. Even the limestone tablet outside the gorge has been shattered by someone. As he finished speaking, the young man frowned and was faintly slightly worried. Unexpectedly, the two guards had bitter smiles on their faces when they heard the young man. Did something happen to the young miss? Speak. The young man's face went grim, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Eldest young master, the young miss. Her dantian was crippled by someone. One of the guards laughed bitterly. What? Chapter 297. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for, and only when the medicinal effect of the origin-strengthening pill was completely absorbed by him did he slowly open his eyes and sober up. Who? Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Duan Lingtian glanced at the cold stalactite cave, then shook his head and walked out in large strides. I wonder how those two little fellows are now. As he stood on the tilted tree and enjoyed the baptism of morning dew, Duan Lingtian's gaze pierced through the boundless clouds and mist to look towards the primeval forest. In his heart, he was always slightly worried about the two little pythons. I'll go take a look at little Fei and Kerr. Little Fei ought to have broken through as well. After returning to his senses, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, then he relied on his acute spiritual force to sense the peak for a while, and after confirming that there was no one there, he leaped up and walked down Migres Peak. In next to no time, he arrived at the vast platform where the trade hall was located. He'd only just arrived near the trade hall when he noticed a few gazes descending onto him, seeming to be intentionally staring at him. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. If he wasn't wrong, these people ought to have been ordered by the outer court elder, Zhao Lin, to monitor him. But he didn't mind. These people weren't of any threat to him. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto a spot not too far away. Presently, a young man stood there, and the young man was looking at him with a complicated gaze. Lu Yu? Duan Lingtian recognized this young man with a glance. It was precisely the outer court disciple that stopped him near the trade hall that day and intended to help Zhao Lin seize the non-existent cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, in his possession. This Lu Yu was a 5th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. He still remembered. At that time, when facing Lu Yu who blocked his path, he bluntly said that he wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Yu. In the end, Lu Yu chose to shrink back. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lu Yu, then turned around and walked towards the chain bridge, then walked away with large strides. From the beginning to the end, he did not have the slightest intention of paying attention to Lu Yu. Lu Yu stood on the spot as he watched the Duan Lingtian gradually disappear into the distance. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, causing him to be unable to move for a long time. Fortunately, I didn't accept his invitation to the life and death arena that day. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. Over the past few days, Lu Yu had dreamt of the scene when Duan Lingtian invited him to the life and death arena many times in the middle of the night. Every time, he would be frightened awake. Then, he broke out in a cold sweat. Only when he recalled his choice that day did he realize how wise he had been. Duan Lingtian was even able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, let alone a 5th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple like him. He could imagine that if he and Duan Lingtian had stepped onto the life and death arena that day, he would have died without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was too scary. The few Migres Peak disciples that stared at Duan Lingtian's departure gathered together. That Duan Lingtian has ascended the chain bridge, who's following him? One of the Migres Peak disciples said in a low voice. For a moment, besides one of the Migres Peak disciples who was able to maintain their composure, the remaining few all lowered their heads. Duan Lingtian was an existence that was able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. They didn't dare risk following him. I'll go. In next to no time, the Migres Peak disciple with a composed expression spoke out and volunteered himself. Duan Lingtian had only just walked past the chain bridge when he noticed that there was an extra tail behind him. It's him again. His acute spiritual force allowed Duan Lingtian to notice the person at the first possible moment. It was precisely that Migres Peak disciple that followed him the last time and was dragged out by him. Duan Lingtian's eyes became cold and fierce. This Migres Peak disciple was actually still working for Zhao Lin. Moreover, he even dared follow him. Duan Lingtian quickly arrived at Dubhe Peak, then circled around Dubhe Peak and quickly entered a remote area. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to conceal himself at the side and prepare to repeat the same trick to lure the Migres Peak disciple out. Duan Lingtian, I know you've noticed me. The Migres Peak disciple took a few steps forward and said in a low voice. I followed you over for no other reason. I only wanted to remind you that Elder Zhao Lin found a few other people and asked us to cooperate in tracking down your tracks. The other few people have gone to notify Elder Zhao Lin now. Before long, Elder Zhao Lin will arrive at Dupi Peak. Take care of yourself. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised as he walked out, then looked at the Migres Peak disciple. Why are you helping me? The Migres Peak disciple was slightly embarrassed. You could have killed me yesterday, but you didn't. I owe you a life. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at this Migres Peak disciple. What's your name? Huang Ji. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly replied, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a 10,000 gold note appeared in his hand. Huang Ji, I presume you're only helping that Zhao Lin for the sake of money. Now, I'll give you 10,000 gold. In the future, if that Zhao Lin wants to follow me, then take him to properly make a circle around the 7-star sword sect and give him a trace of hope, then make him gain nothing. As he spoke up to hear, a trace of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Huang Ji joyfully received the 10,000 gold and hurriedly agreed. Since he survived Duan Lingtian's attack, resentment towards Zhao Lin had arisen in his heart. Now that he had the chance to mess with Zhao Lin and even obtain so much gold, he naturally wouldn't miss it. I hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise. Duan Ling Tian was now like giving Huang Ji a piece of candy to eat, then giving Huang Ji a slap, and the threat in his words was completely obvious. Don't worry, I'll surely do this well and won't disappoint you. Huang Ji vowed solemnly. Go on. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand. After Huang Ji left, he left as well, and he quickly arrived at the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak and arrived at Alcade Peak. When he arrived at Elder Bai's residence once more, Duan Ling Tian saw a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance. He'd seen this young woman twice. The first time was before the outer court disciple test. He saw the young woman following behind Elder Bai. The second time was at Alcade Peak. At that time, she followed behind Elder Bai as well, and seemed to be Elder Bai's disciple, called Zuoqing. She could be considered to be Li Fei's senior sister. Senior sister Zuoqing. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the young woman. The young woman was Little Fei's senior sister, so she was naturally his senior sister as well. Duan Ling Tian. Zuoqing saw Duan Ling Tian and a smile appeared on her face. You're here to look for junior sister, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. I'll go call her out. Zuoqing turned around and left. After a short while, when she returned once more, there was an additional young woman with a peerlessly beautiful appearance that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful. The young woman had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing one to be unable to refrain from indulging in flights of fancy with a single glance, and have a desire to pounce on her and ravage her. Scoundrel! When the young woman saw Duan Ling Tian, her watery autumn eyes lit up as she pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and a stretch of softness entered into his embrace. He lightly smiled as he embraced the young woman that pounced over. Little Fei, we haven't seen each other for almost 3 months, Li Fei lightly nodded, then buried her head in Duan Ling Tian's strong chest, unwilling to raise it up for a long time. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's jade back, and traces of a warm smile appeared on his face. When Zuoqing saw this scene, she glanced enviously at Li Ro before turning around and leaving. She knew. At this moment, only belonged to this pair of lovers. She felt happy for her junior sister. In this lifetime of a woman, to be able to find a man like Duan Ling Tian, her life was not in vain. For a moment, the entire spacious canyon was only left with Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei quietly embracing each other. Little Fei, Elder Bai isn't here, right? Duan Ling Tian's mouth pressed against Li Fei's earlobe as he gently exhaled. Li Fei's delicate body trembled, as if she had realized something, and lightly shook her head. Master has something to do, so she went out. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, his lower abdomen heated up. While panting heavily, he reached out his hand to carry Li Fei by the waist, and directly rushed into the wooden house that Li Fei lived in. The young man and woman who hadn't touched each other for a long time took each other to their heart's content. After the ruckus stopped, Duan Ling Tian embraced Li Fei, who leaned on his shoulder with a satisfied expression. Little Fei, when I came last time, Elder Bai said that you were at the juncture of breaking through. You seem to have broken through. Li Fei's face was filled with happiness, and her angelic face was completely rosy as she lightly nodded. Yes, I broke through. Have you seen Kerr recently? Duan Ling Tian recalled that delicate and pitiful girl who had always stayed by his side, and his voice was gentle like water. Little sister Kerr went on a long journey with the Peak Master a few days ago. She came to look for me, and I went to Migres Peak with her, but no Migres Peak disciple knew where you lived. So, she left with disappointment in her heart. Li Fei extended her jade hand, her jade fingers placed on Duan Ling Tian's chest, and lightly rotated. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Kerr had the protection of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak by her side, so he wasn't worried about Kerr's safety. Li Fei looked curiously at Duan Ling Tian. Scoundrel, where exactly do you live? Kerr and I asked a few tens of Migres Peak disciples, but there's actually not a single person that knows where you usually live. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Not to mention Migres Peak disciples, even the Peak Master of Migres Peak, or even the 7-star sword sect leader. It's impossible for them to know where I live. Slight curiosity appeared on Li Fei's beautiful face when she heard Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't conceal anything from Li Fei, and he spoke of the matter of discovering the stalactite cave that day. So, the 10,000-year stalactite milk you gave me and little sister Kerr to drink came from that place. Scoundrel, your luck is too good, right? You were even able to find a place like that. If the 7-star sword sect higher-ups were to know of this, wouldn't they be angered to death by you? Li Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and as she finished speaking, a wisp of a smile appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Yeah, my luck isn't bad. Chapter 298. Scoundrel, what are you thinking about? So engrossed? Li Fei noticed Duan Ling Tian's unnatural expression and asked with a bewildered expression, and her tone had concern mixed within. Nothing, I suddenly thought of something. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and didn't tell Li Fei about the matter of the 2 little pythons going missing. He didn't want Li Fei to be worried with him. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei chatted, and unknowingly, they started talking about the outer court martial competition 3 months from now. Scoundrel, I heard the outer court martial competition changed the rules. Li Fei suddenly said to Duan Ling Tian. Changed the rules? Changed what rules? Duan Ling Tian was stunned, then asked. I heard Master say that the reason the rules were changed this time was because of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Although she knew her man's ability was great, but when she heard her man was even able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, she still couldn't avoid being shocked in her heart. If Duan Ling Tian used an offensive inscription, she wouldn't find it strange. But the problem was, from the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian didn't use an offensive inscription, and completely relied on his true strength to kill his opponent. Because of me? Li Fei's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely puzzled. What did the changing of the rules of the 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition have to do with him? Yeah. Li Fei nodded, and when she saw Duan Ling Tian's bewildered expression, she didn't continue keeping him in suspense and said directly, I heard Master say that since the matter of you killing the Fecta Peak 6th-level Origin Core stage inner court disciple, Soaring, spread out, besides the Peak Masters of our Alcade Peak and your Duppy Peak, the Peak Masters of the other 4 great outer court sword peaks specially started a 6-peak conference 1 month ago. The content of the meeting is aimed at the outer court martial competition 3 months from now. In the past, the outer court martial competition required outer court disciples that had entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years to participate. But this time, the peak masters of the 6 outer court peaks had decided to remove this restriction. This time, so long as one is an outer court disciple of the 6 great outer court sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, anyone can participate in the outer court martial competition. Li Fei finished in one breath. Duan Tian frowned. He had never thought that killing Xiao Ying would cause such a chain reaction. Is it necessary? Duan Tian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that he had such great face to be able to make the peak masters of the 6 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect specially hold such a meeting for him. Of course, Duan Tian could guess the reason why the peak masters of the 6 great sword peaks did this. It was none other than feeling that if the rules weren't changed, then there would be no suspense in the outer court martial competition this time. He, Duan Tian, would surely become the first in the outer court martial competition. They're afraid you'll get the first, so they intentionally made things difficult for you. Li Fei grunted in a low voice and had an unhappy expression. Alright, there's nothing to be unhappy about. They did this because they don't wish for the first place to be revealed before the outer court martial competition has even begun. If it's really like this, then it would surely strike a blow to the confidence of the group of outer court disciples. Duan Tian smiled, as he was completely able to understand the intentions of the peak masters of the 6 great outer court sword peaks. You can still smile. If it's really like this, then there would surely be some 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples participating in the outer court martial competition. During the outer court martial competition, one can't rely on external forces other than spirit weapons. In other words, your inscriptions can't be used. Li Fei looked at Duan Tian and seemed to be slightly concerned. In that way, you won't be able to get the first. Li Fei was extremely unhappy in her heart towards the first that should have belonged to Duan Tian being taken away just like this. In her heart, her man, Li Fei, would always be the most outstanding. Can't use inscriptions? Duan Tian was slightly surprised, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Inscriptions couldn't be compared to spirit weapons after all, and the existence of inscriptions did indeed affect the fairness of the outer court martial competition to a certain extent. What, little Fei, you have so little confidence in your man? Duan Tian's hand dishonestly placed on the little girl's delicate body that didn't have the slightest bit of excess fat, and his hand moved up and down. The little girl's delicate body trembled and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Tian's breathing became hurried when he saw this. Then he flipped over once again and galloped to his heart's content. After being lovey-dovey for an entire day, Duan Tian finally left. The land of warmth, the tomb of heroes. The ancients didn't deceive me. When Duan Tian left Alcade Peak, he sighed with emotion in his heart. Although he was lovey-dovey with Li Fei for an entire day, but as far as he was concerned, it seemed like only an instant had passed. Shaking his head and sobering up slightly, Duan Tian stepped onto the chain bridge and returned to the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Presently, the sun had already set in the west, and when Duan Tian arrived at the stone platform at the end of the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, he noticed that many Migres Peak disciples had stepped onto the chain bridge and were heading towards Migres Peak. Humph! A cold snort sounded out by his ears, and Duan Tian turned around to look. Only now did he notice that the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, was on the stone platform as well, and was staring at him with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Duan Tian noticed that Huang Ji stood nearby and was making faces at him. Duan Tian snickered in his heart. Looks like Huang Ji really brought Zhao Lin along and circled around the 7-star sword sect for an entire day. When he saw Zhao Lin's exasperated appearance, he suddenly felt that the 10,000 gold he spent was worth it. Elder Zhao Lin, long time no see. Duan Tian stood within the endless stream of people, and when he looked at Zhao Lin, he lightly smiled as he greeted Zhao Lin, as if he was greeting an old friend. Zhao Lin paid no attention to Duan Tian, and his expression was as unsightly could be. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, the reason he didn't gain anything today was because Duan Tian was too cunning, and caused him to be unable to find any traces. He didn't suspect Huang Ji, who led the way for him. Duan Tian shrugged when he saw Zhao Lin had no intention of paying attention to him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provocative smile. After glancing deeply at Zhao Lin, he stepped onto the chain bridge and headed towards Migres Peak. Now that there were so many people here, he wasn't worried that Zhao Lin would make a move against him. In next to no time, Duan Tian noticed that Zhao Lin was following him from behind. He didn't mind. Relying on his anti-tracking methods, if he wanted to shake off Zhao Lin's pursuit, it would be extremely easy. After Duan Tian returned to Migres Peak, he circled the trade hall a few times before successfully shaking off Zhao Lin, then swaggered back to the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. Within the trade hall, after noticing that Duan Tian's tracks had vanished, Zhao Lin, who'd searched for half an hour without any results, had an extremely gloomy expression. Duan Tian, I'll find a chance sooner or later. Just you wait. But the current Zhao Lin didn't know. He'd waited for an entire 3 months. Alioth Peak. On the chain bridge, a young man with a gloomy expression walked in large strides onto the high platform of Alioth Peak. This young man's appearance was extremely unique, his features were warped and hideous, and his pair of triangular eyes seemed to constantly flicker with a gloomy sheen. His entire body stood there like a venomous snake that chose its prey to devour. However, when a group of Alioth Peak disciples passed by the young man, they all respectfully greeted him. Senior Brother Shihao. Senior Brother Shihao. Senior Brother Shihao. At the same time that these Alioth Peak disciples greeted him, their faces more or less revealed expressions of respect and fear. They knew clearly in their hearts. Throwing away his unsightly appearance, this young man was in existence with an extremely formidable strength. He was also a celebrity of their Alioth Peak. Moreover, he was the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court, Shihao. Senior Brother Shihao's expression seems to be slightly unsightly. Isn't his expression always like this? I don't see any difference. Take a closer look. Also, look at his eyes. Don't you see anger in them? I don't know who provoked him. It really is. 2 Alioth Peak disciples stood at the side and looked from afar at Shihao, who walked into Alioth Peak as they whispered in discussion. Shihao. Outside Alioth Peak's trade hall, a figure moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived nearby the chain bridge and stood before Shihao. This was a robust middle-aged man with a stocky build, and a pair of eyes that were brimming with expression. Elder Zhongbing. In front of this sturdy middle-aged man, Shihao lowered his proud head. Shihao, I have something to tell you. The Outer Court Martial Competition 3 months from now isn't restricted to Outer Court disciples that have entered the 7-star sword sect within 3 years to participate. So long as you're an Outer Court disciple, you can participate. You can participate as well. Zhongbing, Alioth Peak's Outer Court elder, smiled as he looked at Shihao. This time, our Alioth Peak will be relying on you. As far as he was concerned, with Shihao's strength, if nothing unexpected happened, taking first place in the Outer Court Martial Competition 3 months from now wouldn't have any suspense. What's going on? Shihao was slightly absent-minded earlier, but now when he heard Zhongbing, he became spirited. The rules of the Outer Court Martial Competition have always been restricted. Why did it suddenly change this time? It was difficult for him to understand. This will have to start from a Migres Peak Outer Court disciple. As Zhongbing spoke up to hear, a trace of jealousy flashed within his eyes. Nearly 3 months ago, a dark horse appeared amongst the new batch of Outer Court disciples that our 7-star sword sect recruited. That was a young man around the age of 20, and he went to Migres Peak later on. Not long after he arrived at Migres Peak, he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples on the Migres Peak's life and death arena. The 2 Outer Court disciples were both Migres Peak disciples. They joined forces to deal with that young man on the life and death arena, but in the end were killed by that young man in a single move. This young man's natural talent is simply shocking. Migres Peak's luck is really good, to actually be able to recruit such a monstrous Outer Court disciple. Shihao, what's wrong with you? Why's your expression so unsightly? Zhongbing spoke for a long time, and in the end, he noticed that Shihao's expression had suddenly sunk, and his originally warped and savage features were now completely twisted together. It looked extremely terrifying. Elder Zhongbing, you said that young man entered the Seven-Star Sword sect nearly 3 months ago? Chapter 299. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhongbing noticed that Shihao's expression was slightly off, and asked curiously. Around the age of 20, killing 2 4th-level Origin Core stage disciples. How's his cultivation? Shihao took a deep breath and asked once more. Seems to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Zhongbing sighed. Not only did he kill 2 4th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples. Even a 6th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple of Fecta Peak was killed by him. What? Shihao's pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. Elder Zhongbing, didn't you say he was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage? He's at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, but he did indeed kill a 6th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple. You ought to have heard of that 6th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple, it's the Fecta Peak Soaring. Zhongbing spoke slowly. Even if he mentioned this matter now, his heart still couldn't help but surge. He might even feel as if he was dreaming. Soaring. Shihao had naturally heard of Soaring, and knew that Soaring could be considered to be one of the best amongst the Fecta Peak Outer Court disciples. Moreover, supposedly, Soaring was already about to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Sooner or later, Soaring would become an inner court disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Could it be that Soaring didn't use a spirit sword? And that 5th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple did? Shihao asked in a low voice. It was extremely difficult for him to imagine that if it wasn't so, how could a 5th-level Origin Core stage disciple possibly kill a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist? No. Soaring used a grade 7 spirit sword and attacked with his full strength. As for that 5th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple, he used a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Supposedly, the disparity in strength between them was extremely great in that battle, a difference of over 10 ancient mammoths. But at the critical moment, that 5th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple instead shattered Xiao Ying's bones with a single finger. I wonder what martial skill he used. As he spoke up to hear, Zhongbing, an existence at the void-prying stage, couldn't help but shudder. As far as he was concerned, that Migres Peak's 5th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple was too strange. Could he have used an offensive inscription to kill Soaring? Shihao frowned and was slightly in disbelief. A mere martial skill was so heaven-defying the heavens? Even if it was an Earth-grade martial skill, it might not be so heaven-defying, right? Moreover, unless it was a void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended force, otherwise, it was utterly impossible to cultivate an Earth-rank martial skill. As for the legendary heaven-rank martial skill, the requirements were even harsher. Thus, the martial skills that an Origin Core stage martial artist could cultivate were at most high-grade profound rank martial skills. But among the high-grade profound CLA's martial skills, was there such a strange and terrifying martial skill? He was very suspicious. Absolutely not. Zhongbing shook his head. After that, a few Fecta Peak Outer Court elders inspected Xiao Ying's corpse and confirmed that Xiao Ying's injuries were absolutely not caused by offensive inscriptions. Xiao Ying's bones were completely shattered by origin energy. It's hard to imagine what kind of martial skill that is. Around the age of 20, and can even kill a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist? Taking a deep breath, Shihao's triangular eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. His heart trembled. It should be him. What? Shihao, do you know him? Zhongbing felt the killing intent emitted from Shihao's body and had a bewildered expression. Elder Zhongbing, amongst the Outer Court disciples that entered the 7-Star Sword sect 3 months ago, besides him, are there any other existences around the age of 20 that have stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage or above? Shihao wanted to confirm it a step further. Never heard of it. Moreover, this is practically impossible. Our 7-star sword sect can already be considered lucky to be able to receive such a genius martial artist. A genius martial artist like this isn't a cabbage that's sold in the market. Zhong Bing shook his head, and felt that Shi Hao was indulging in wild fantasies. Elder Zhong Bing, what's the name of this Migres Peak Outer Court disciple? Shi Hao looked at Zhong Bing and asked. Duan Ling Tian, said Zhong Bing. When he heard this name for the first time, he deeply remembered it in his heart. Only because this was the name of a monstrous martial artist. Thank you, Elder Zhong Bing. Shi Hao nodded to Zhong Bing, then turned around and left, once again stepping onto the chain bridge and heading towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Why do I feel that something is slightly strange when Shi Hao returned from training this time? Zhong Bing frowned as he looked at Shi Hao's disappearing figure. It's him. It's surely him. On the chain bridge, Shi Hao walked like the wind, and his triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Duan Ling Tian. You actually dared cripple my sister's Dantian, I won't let you off. You're dead for sure. Under Shi Hao's extreme rage, his warped and savage face was completely tangled together, causing some of the Alioth Peak disciples that passed by on the chain bridge to feel coldness arise from the depths of their hearts with just a glance, and they had a feeling of shuddering. Sure. Senior brother Shi Hao. When they greeted Shi Hao now, their voices were terrified to the point of trembling. Shi Hao didn't stop when he arrived at Dubhe Peak, and stepped onto the chain bridge that headed towards Migres Peak. He wanted to go to Migres Peak and drag out the person that crippled his sister's Dantian. He wanted to take revenge. Take revenge for the sister he doted on the most. Duan Ling Tian didn't know that not long after he returned from Alcade Peak, the entire Migres Peak was in an uproar. Alioth Peak's outer court disciple, Shi Hao, the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, threatened to enter the life and death arena to battle Duan Ling Tian to the death. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know of all this. However, on Migres Peak, Duan Ling Tian hadn't been seen for many days, and even more people thought that Duan Ling Tian was afraid of Shi Hao, so he didn't dare show himself. Actually, it's normal for Duan Ling Tian to be afraid. Senior brother Shi Hao is the #1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, and practically no outer court disciples are able to go against him. You're right. If I was Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't show myself as well. Although Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, Soaring, but senior brother Shi Hao is in existence at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The 6th level of the Origin Core stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core stage is a watershed, and the difference between the two is the strength of an entire 20 ancient mammoths. Once it's amplified by a spirit sword, the difference is even greater. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian can still continue hiding and not participate in the outer court martial competition 3 months from now? The rewards of the outer court martial competition are extremely generous. Supposedly, there's even an extremely precious spirit fruit this time, and it's the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition. How do you know? I know an inner court senior brother, he has some relationship with an inner court elder, and it was he who told me. Along with Shi Hao's arrival and the outer court martial competition approaching, the entire Migres Peak was completely bustling with noise and excitement. However, even though Shi Hao had waited at Migres Peak for many days, he didn't wait for Duan Ling Tian to show himself all along, and he could only temporarily leave in the end. But, before he left, he still left behind some ruthless words. Duan Ling Tian, Shi Hao, Shi Yan's older brother, vow to fight to the death with you. Within the 7-star sword sect, there's either you or me, and there's either me or you. When Duan Ling Tian received these words, it was already 3 months later. On the peak of Migres Peak, on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, a figure that was swift like the wind seemed to have transformed into an agile spirit serpent as it flashed out from the cave passageway behind the crooked tree, and firmly stood on the crooked tree. The crooked tree didn't even sway in the slightest. It's been 3 months. Duan Ling Tian's gaze passed through the clouds and mist, and looked towards the direction of the primeval forest. After a long time, he sighed. Those two little fellows actually still haven't returned. After returning from Alcade Peak the other time, Duan Ling Tian had always stayed in the stalactite cave to cultivate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months later. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, borrowing the strength of the crooked tree to leap onto the peak of Migres Peak. The outer court martial competition ought to be starting soon, right? Duan Ling Tian descended from the peak, and quickly arrived at the vast platform where the trade hall was located. As far as he was concerned, it ought to be easiest to inquire about the exact rules of the outer court martial competition in the trade hall that was filled with people. However, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he noticed numerous strange gazes that originated from the crowd of Migres Peak disciples uniformly descend onto him. Is there something on my face? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right when his heart was filled with bewilderment, a figure walked towards him from the distance. Duan Ling Tian. He Chun. Duan Ling Tian recognized this Migres Peak disciple. It was precisely Hu Li's friend, He Chun. Duan Ling Tian, you've finally appeared. I thought you were hiding and didn't intend to participate in the outer court martial competition this time. He Chun sized Duan Ling Tian up from top to bottom for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Hiding? Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled when he heard He Chun. What does He Chun mean by this? What's he hiding from? Noticing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, He Chun asked in bewilderment. Could it be that you didn't reveal yourself for the sake of hiding from that Shi Hao for 3 months? Shi Hao. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Who's that? I don't know him at all. He Chun was speechless. Are you sure you don't know him? Wait. If you don't know him, then why would he spread the word that he wants to invite you to battle on the life and death arena? Invite me to battle on the life and death arena? Duan Lingtian's frown grew deeper. His heart slightly sank. Could it be that it's the doing of that outer court elder, Zhao Lin? Yeah, he came 3 months ago and even stayed at our Migres Peak for a period of time, then left without waiting for you. After that, he came successively a few times, but didn't wait for you. All of us thought that you didn't reveal yourself for the sake of hiding from him. Hechuan nodded and said slowly. Wait. You said earlier. He's come. He's not a member of our Migres Peak. Duan Ling Tian discerned some clues from He Chun's words. Could it be that he's an inner court disciple that Zhao Lin found? Duan Ling Tian, you've really not heard of him? He's Shi Hao. He Chun's gaze became slightly strange. He felt that Duan Ling Tian had entered the 7-star sword sect for almost half a year at any rate, yet he actually hadn't even heard of their 7-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple, Shi Hao. Chapter 300. Is he very famous? Duan Ling Tian saw He Chun making a fuss about nothing, and his face was filled with bewilderment and bewilderment. Shi Hao. Wait. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. But I'm unable to recall it for a moment. Of course he's famous. He Chun discerned that Duan Ling Tian really hadn't heard of Shi Hao, and he couldn't help but explain. Shi Hao is the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the outer court of our 7-star sword sect. There's practically no one amongst the outer court disciples that's a match for him. #1 disciple in the outer court? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He finally remembered. He remembered that Shi Yan, who had her dantian crippled by him, had once made a fuss before him, saying she had a brother who was the #1 disciple in the outer court. Moreover, her brother was in existence that was about to become an inner court disciple, a quasi-inner court disciple. Later on, Elder Bai had reminded him to be careful of Shi Yan's brother, Shi Hao. So it turned out that the person He Chun spoke of that wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle him was precisely that Shi Hao. Shi Yan's brother. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression that ceaselessly changed, He Chun thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid, and he hurriedly reminded. Duan Lingtian, if you don't have any other urgent matters, continue hiding. It probably won't be long before that Shirhao finds out about the news of you appearing here. At that time, he'll surely come look for you at the first possible moment. Then let him come look for me." Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression, then he looked at He Chun and lightly smiled as he asked. "He Chun, Hu Li ought to have returned home, right?" "Yes." He Chun had a bitter smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifferent expression, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian was a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. "He asked me to tell you that he'll let you see a completely new him in the future. Besides that, the Hu clan he's from is in Clarity City." Duan Lingtian nodded and remembered it in his heart. He felt happy for Hu Li that Hu Li was able to be so cheerful. At least, Hu Li didn't sink into the shadows of the past. "Duan Lingtian, I think you should hide for a while." When Hechuan thought of Shirhao, he felt his scalp go numb. In his opinion, Shirhao was too powerful, far beyond what the current Duan Lingtian could contend against. "You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. There are some things that you have to face." Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head with a smile. Hechuan fell silent. "That's right, Hechuan, when will the outer court martial competition begin? Also, what do I need to do if I want to participate?" Hechuan happened to be there as well, so Duan Lingtian asked. The reason he left the stalactite cave this time was precisely for the sake of the outer court martial competition this time. Not only did he want to participate in the outer court martial competition, he also wanted to obtain first place. This was his promise to Power of Hu. A man's promise. The first round of the outer court martial competition is 3 days from now. So long as you're a Migres Peak disciple, you can participate in the first round of the outer court martial competition, and you don't have to do anything. At that time, the people that want to participate can all gather at the Migres platform and receive a number plate to carry out the elimination battles to decide on the strongest 10 people. Hechuan said to Duan Lingtian. But the outer court martial competition this time is different from the previous years, and there aren't any restrictions like the past. This time, there will be many 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples participating. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd already found out about this from Li Fei earlier, so he was mentally prepared. 7th level Origin Core stage? So what? Since he'd promised Power of Hu to seize first place in the outer court martial competition, then he would surely accomplish it. Duan Lingtian's gaze was incomparably firm. Hechuan, I'll be returning first. See you 3 days from now. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Hechuan, then turned around and left, vanishing before the eyes of all the Migres Peak disciples. Coming and going without a trace, elusive. Not long after, a figure that dashed like the wind arrived at Migres Peak, and under the guidance of some Migres Peak disciples, the figure found Hechuan. You know Duan Lingtian? The young man with a warped and hideous appearance stared fixedly at Hechuan with a pair of triangular eyes. Hechuan never imagined that this Shirhao would actually be able to find his place of cultivation, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he nodded. Take me to see him. Shirhao's eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen, and his voice was cold like ice. I don't know where his place of cultivation is. Hechuan shook his head. Shirhao's face sank, and his pair of triangular eyes stared at Hechuan, and in the end, he noticed that Hechuan seemed to not be lying. Then why did he look for you? I only met him by chance, and after he asked me some things about the outer court martial competition, he returned. Hechuan didn't conceal it. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to conceal this, as all the Migres Peak disciples would know 3 days from now. In this way, he'll be participating in the outer court martial competition this time. Shirhao's pair of triangular eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a gloomy sneer, as if Duan Lingtian had already become his. Yes. Hechuan nodded. This was something he was able to confirm. He was able to discern that the reason Duan Lingtian appeared near the trade hall today was precisely for the sake of inquiring about the matters of the outer court martial competition. That's good. Shirhao's pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold light, then he raised his hand to directly slap Hechuan flying, and only when he saw Hechuan crash onto the ground did he snort coldly, then turn around and leave. Pooh! Hechuan was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. This Shihao was really as overbearing as the rumors said. 3 days later. The 7-star sword sect's first round of the outer court martial competition had begun. The strongest 10 outer court disciples from the 6 great sword peaks of the outer court would be decided on today, and they would participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. The second round of the outer court martial competition was the true outer court martial competition. People that displayed outstanding performance in the second round of the outer court martial competition would be able to obtain generous rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. This was also the reason why all the outer court disciples flocked to the outer court martial competition like a flock of ducks. Whoosh! At the peak of Migres Peak, a figure dashed like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it flashed down to arrive nearby the trade hall. Where's the Migres platform? The person that came down from the peak was precisely Duan Lingtian. Follow them. Duan Lingtian, who didn't know where the location of the first round of the outer court martial competition was, merged into the stream of people on the mountain path of Migres Peak. Instantly, some of the nearby Migres Peak disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you actually still dare to appear. Could it be that you're not afraid of senior brother Shihao? Yeah, Duan Lingtian, if senior brother Shihao knew that you'd appeared, he would surely not let you off. Waves of similar words sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled towards this, and paid no attention to it, then his figure flashed out like the wind, following the stream of people to flash down the mountain. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian passed by the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Continuing down. Finally, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Migres platform. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he looked at the Migres platform that occupied an area that far surpassed the platform the life and death arena was on. This Migres platform is rather large. The Migres platform was extremely large, and there stood 10 spacious stone platforms. Every single one of these stone platforms wasn't smaller than the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian guessed that these stone platforms ought to be the combat rings used to carry out the elimination battles in the first round of the outer court martial competition. Before long, many outer court disciples had gathered on the Migres platform. These outer court disciples were all in high spirits, rubbing their fists and palms together, and all of them wanted to become the last 10 people to advance today. Only in this way would they have the chance to obtain the rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian stood there, and naturally attracted many gazes. Presently, Duan Lingtian could absolutely be considered to be a celebrity on Migres Peak. However, amongst the people that looked at Duan Lingtian now, there were some people that had gloating mixed within their eyes. This Duan Lingtian actually dares participate in the outer court martial competition. Even if he successfully advances, he'll surely encounter senior brother Shihao in the end. With senior brother Shihao's hatred towards him, even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. If I was him, I would surely not participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Yeah, what he should do now is hide and cultivate. Come out when he breaks through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, it ought to not take too much time. At that time, senior brother Shihao might not be able to do anything to him. I really wonder what's going on in his head. Duan Lingtian could vaguely hear the whispers of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, but he didn't pay attention to it. Hide? If he did that, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw He Chun had arrived as well, but he noticed that there was an injury on the corner of He Chun's mouth, and he frowned. He Chun, who injured you? It was Shihao. It's nothing serious, only a superficial injury. He Chun shook his head and smiled, with an indifferent expression. Shihao. Duan Lingtian frowned, and felt it was slightly strange. Why did he injure you? You have a grudge with him as well? He Chun shook his head. No. It was 3 days ago when I was talking to you near the trade hall, and was seen by some people. They told Shihao. Shihao found my place of cultivation, and asked me about you. I told him about you participating in the outer court martial competition. I'm sorry. As he finished speaking, He-chun had an apologetic expression. It's only a small matter, even if you didn't say it, he would still know today. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, and didn't mind. How is it, do you have the confidence to advance today? Don't joke around. I utterly didn't plan to enter the arena today, and only came to cheer for you. But, with your strength, wanting to advance is extremely easy. What He-chun said was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. It's senior brother He-dong. Right at this moment, a surprised voice caused many Migres Peak disciples to look over. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. A young man around the age of 25 walked over with large strides from the side of the mountain path. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples greeted him enthusiastically. Senior brother He-dong. Senior brother He-dong. Senior brother He-dong. Chapter 301. 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian discerned that this He-dong was a martial artist at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage or above. The nearby He-chun noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze descending onto He-dong, and hurriedly said, Duan Lingtian, this is senior brother He-dong, and he's one of the 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples of our Migres Peak. Our Migres Peak has 5 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, and his strength is the strongest. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Being able to stand out amongst the 5 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, this He-dong's strength was surely extraordinary. He's inferior to Shihao? Duan Lingtian asked. Since Shihao was publicly acknowledged as the #1 disciple in the outer court, he presumably surpassed this He-dong. Senior brother He-dong's strength is slightly inferior to Shihao. But, he's never admitted that Shihao is the #1 disciple in the outer court. Supposedly, he's participating in the outer court martial competition this time precisely because he wants to defeat Shihao and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. He-chun slowly said. Defeat Shihao and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an indistinct smile. Does this He-dong really think that besides Shihao, he's the strongest amongst the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples? Before long, more and more Migres Peak disciples gathered together on the Migres platform. Meanwhile, 10 outer court elders had arrived as well. Amongst the 10 outer court elders, Duan Lingtian only recognized 2 of them. Lu Qiu, Zhao Lin. Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin came side by side, and there ought to be some friendship between the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian. Before long, Lu Qiu noticed Duan Lingtian from the crowd, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his face as he walked over in large strides. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian saw Lu Qiu being so cordial, and instantly lightly smiled as he greeted him. Duan Lingtian, I've really misjudged you. Lu Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. At that time, it was he who led Duan Lingtian to Migres Peak. Although he felt that this young man who was about 20 years old was different from the other new disciples, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would be so abnormal. Only arrived at Migres Peak for a few days, and he'd already killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples. 2 months later, he killed another 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. His name spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court. Of course, even in the inner court, many people knew that a monstrous disciple, Duan Lingtian, had appeared in the outer court. Work hard and get a good ranking in this outer sect martial competition. After Lu Qiu smiled at Duan Lingtian, he went to greet the other outer sect elders. If the rules of the outer sect martial competition had not changed, he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain first place in the outer sect martial competition. But this time, because Duan Lingtian had revealed his ability, the peak masters of the Six Peaks had changed the rules of the outer sect martial competition at the last minute and didn't set up any restrictions. After the rules were changed, the 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples of the 6 Great Sword Peaks could participate in the outer sect martial competition this time. This caused the competition to be even more intense. Even though Duan Lingtian had once killed a 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artist 3 months ago. But the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was a watershed, and he didn't think that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Humph. Zhao Lin followed after Lu Qiu walked away, and his icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, waiting to swallow him up. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and a light smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, causing Zhao Lin's expression to become even more unsightly. "You're Duan Lingtian." Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he instead noticed that He Dong, who was resting with his eyes closed in the distance, had unknowingly arrived by his side. Duan Lingtian looked at He Dong and nodded indifferently. "I heard you killed the Fecta Peak 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Soaring, 3 months ago. Your natural talent isn't bad." He Dong nodded to Duan Lingtian, and his expression was stiff and reserved. "Your natural talent isn't bad as well. It ought to not be long before you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage, right?" Duan Lingtian's gaze was incomparably deep, and when it descended onto He Dong, it seemed as if it could see through everything. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the minute changes on He Dong's body, although He Dong's expression didn't change, but his eyes couldn't help but constrict now. He noticed that before this outer court disciple that was a little over 20, he seemed as if he completely had no secrets. This outer court disciple's gaze seemed as if it could see through everything. "Looks like I've still underestimated you." He Dong took a deep breath, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his stiff face as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. He Dong. He Dong, this was a self-introduction. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't have any ill feelings towards He Dong, and now that He Dong was polite, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. "Your reputation is well deserved." He Dong smiled to Duan Lingtian, and at the same time he turned and left, he added. "If you need help with the matter of Shihao, feel free to ask." "Thank you." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This He Dong was slightly interesting. The nearby He Chun was dumbstruck. "Duan Lingtian, senior brother He Dong actually took the initiative to greet you earlier. Moreover, he has the intention of helping you." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even if He Dong was willing to help him, he wouldn't ask for it. He would deal with his own matters. Moreover, according to what He Chun said, He Dong's strength seemed to be inferior to Shihao. If He Dong was injured because of him, then he would really owe He Dong a great favor. After Lu Qiu and He Dong successively greeted Duan Lingtian, for a time, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention of many people. Along with the first round of the outer court martial competition beginning, the gazes of these people left Duan Lingtian. In the first round of the outer court martial competition, everyone received a number plate and took turns to battle. Duan Lingtian received number plate number 189. It belonged to the 7th combat ring. Every combat ring would give birth to an arena master that would advance in the end and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. It was unknown if it was the intention of the group of Migres Peak Outer Court elders, but the 5 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, including He Dong, were respectively divided into the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all had bitter smiles on their faces. After the outer court martial competition began, the 5 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples stood there from the 1st combat ring to the 1st combat ring, as if they were invincible gods of war. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all directly admitted defeat, as no one had the courage to ascend the combat ring. Because they knew that even if they ascended the combat ring, they would only be looking for a beating. They could only wait for the final arena master to be born from the other 5 combat rings before proceeding with the challenge. Once they succeeded in their challenge, they would be able to replace the arena master and become the new arena master. They would obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. So, they weren't discouraged. The 7th combat ring. It was also the combat ring that Duan Lingtian led. Number 181 and 182 ascended the combat ring and carried out the elimination battles. Both of them were 5th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the outer court disciples on the 1st to 5th combat rings, 6th combat ring, 8th combat ring, 9th combat ring, and 10th combat ring were practically all existences at the 5th or 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, and not a single outer court disciple below the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage could be seen. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It was practically impossible for outer court disciples below the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage to obtain the final 10 positions. So, even though there were many outer court disciples on the Migres platform, most of them had come to watch the show. There were only close to 300 outer court disciples that had truly participated in the first round of the outer court martial competition. These 300 people were all outer court disciples at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage or above. Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the 7th combat ring. Meanwhile, the result of the battle between the 2 5th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples was out. One of them relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to firmly defeat the other outer court disciple that only had a grade 8 spirit sword. What a pity! His strength wasn't inferior to his opponent, but because his spirit sword was inferior to his opponent, he lost. He Chun sighed, and was slightly regretful for the latter. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. A spirit sword is also a part of strength. In next to no time, a few more elimination battles played out successively on the 7th combat ring. 10 combat rings, every combat ring had a Migres Peak outer court elder standing at the side. The duty of these outer court elders was to prevent outer court disciples from being injured during the elimination battles. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes. Number 189. The outer court elder that stood at the side of the 7th combat ring suddenly spoke out. It's my turn. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then his figure flashed out to ascend the 7th combat ring. Duan Lingtian. The outer court elder's gaze abruptly shone when he saw Duan Lingtian. Presently, the outer court disciple that stood on the 7th combat ring was a 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, and when he saw Duan Lingtian, his originally composed expression instantly became slightly flustered. Duan Lingtian had once killed a 6th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple 3 months ago. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the arena, he instantly drew the gazes of many people. The outer court disciples that originally surrounded the other combat rings to watch the show now all gushed towards the 7th combat ring. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has entered the arena. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian killed the 6th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, Soaring, on the Fecta Peaks Life and Death arena, and I wasn't able to witness it with my own 2 eyes. Today, I'm finally able to witness his elegant demeanor. Supposedly, that time 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian relied on a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage to kill Soaring. I've always been extremely curious, how did he do it? You don't have to be curious now, you'll be able to see it right away. Streams of people flowed in the surroundings of the 7th combat ring, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Elder, how about we temporarily stop fighting here? We want to see Duan Lingtian make a move as well. After the 2 outer court disciples on the 6th combat ring discussed it, they spoke to the outer court elder that stood at the side of the combat ring. All right. I just happen to want to witness this Duan Lingtian's ability. The outer court elder nodded and didn't have any objections. Chapter 302. The gazes of the 5 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples that stood on the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring, including Hidong, descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. They were extremely interested in Duan Lingtian as well. A young man that was a little over 20 had killed a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple on Fekta Peak's life and death arena 3 months ago. They'd heard of it. Supposedly, this young man didn't utilize an inscription at that time, and completely relied on his strength to kill the outer court disciple. It was simply inconceivable. At least, they asked themselves if they were at this age, they were absolutely unable to accomplish this. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Qiu stood at the side of the 3rd combat ring, and his gaze descended onto the 7th combat ring, staring fixedly at the figure that didn't move like a mountain. He saw the hope of Migres Peak on this young man, he saw the hope of the 7-star sword sect. At the side of the 4th combat ring, Zhao Lin's face sank, and he grunted in a low voice, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age was because Duan Ling Tian cultivated that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. If Duan Ling Tian didn't cultivate that cultivation method, he might not have such accomplishments. So, no matter what, he had to obtain that cultivation method. At all costs. By hook or by crook. On the 7th combat ring, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. This was a grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian's opponent, a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. When faced with Duan Ling Tian, who had a carefree expression, he felt slightly weak in his heart, and his hand that held the grade 7 spirit sword became slightly moist. That was cold sweat. Although Duan Ling Tian was only a young man that was a little over 20, Duan Ling Tian brought extremely great pressure to him, pressing him down to the point he was slightly unable to catch his breath. This was an existence that had once killed a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. Moreover, the strength of that 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple wasn't inferior to him. You won't kill me, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight difficulty. Of course not. There is no enmity between us, so why would I want to kill you? Besides, isn't there an elder watching from the side? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a reply. Do I look like a cruel person who kills people at the drop of a hat? Hee. The young man smiled awkwardly. Under the impatient and murderous gazes around him, he finally moved. Whoosh! The young man's figure moved. His footsteps were extremely light, and he left behind a string of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Duan Ling Tian. Above him, 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Whoosh! The sword flashed out as if it had transformed into a bolt of lightning. It appeared in a flash and smashed down towards Duan Ling Tian with an imposing manner. In the sky, 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot with a calm expression. When the young man arrived before him, Duan Ling Tian's outer court disciple attire was blown by the strong wind caused by the young man's figure flashing, and it fluttered in the wind. Duan Ling Tian, why aren't you drawing your sword? The surrounding crowd of spectators were bewildered when they saw the sword strike in the young man's hand that had transformed into a bolt of lightning and smashed down towards Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Duan Ling Tian moved. Sword drawing arts. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a sword light that was swift to the extreme instantly moved to intercept the young man's sword strike that had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Above Duan Ling Tian, only 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, Duan Ling Tian utilized the strength of a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist and relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute this sword skill. At this instant, all the surrounding spectators held their breaths. The strength of Duan Ling Tian's sword strike was inferior to his opponent's strength by the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Could he win? If it was before, no one would think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to win. But 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had once used this strength to kill a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. Finally. Clang! The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the young man's grade 7 spirit sword that had transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended down. The two terrifying forces collided together, causing the air to shake. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. When the young man's sword descended, he felt that Duan Lingtian's strength seemed to be far inferior to his strength, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of wild joy. I'm going to defeat Duan Lingtian. He was excited in his heart. But in next to no time, the smile on his face completely froze. Because he noticed that a terrifying trembling force suddenly gushed out from Duan Lingtian's grade 7 spirit sword. The frequency of this force's trembling became faster and faster. Let go! An explosive shout sounded out by his ears, and it caused the young man who was hesitating about whether he should let go, and the web between his thumb and index finger split open, didn't dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go. After Duan Lingtian warned the young man, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook and flicked the young man's grade 7 spirit sword away, and it fell to the ground with a clang. If the young man didn't let go, the young man's bones would absolutely be shattered by his quake energy. Whoosh! The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that was trembling with a terrifying frequency that was difficult to detect was restrained, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's throat. The outcome had already been decided. The young man stood on the spot, the web between his thumb and index finger of the hand that held the sword had split open and was dripping with fresh blood, but he seemed to not have the slightest reaction. Cold sweat ceaselessly emerged from his forehead. Although he'd lost, he didn't feel the slightest sense of loss, and was instead slightly glad that he'd escaped with his life. Number 189, Duan Lingtian, Victory. Becomes the arena master of the 7th combat ring. The outer court elder at the side of the 7th combat ring was the first to react, and he restrained the shock on his face as he announced. Whoosh! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Unbelievable. It's simply too bizarre. Duan Lingtian's sword strike that was swung out with the strength of 90 ancient mammoths actually suppressed an attack executed with the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. It's truly unbelievable. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian defeated a strong opponent as the weak, and killed Xiaoying on the Fekta Peak's life and death arena. Now, he's defeated a strong opponent as the weak once again, and defeated our Migres Peak 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Too terrifying. Even the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation seemed to be far from being so heaven-defying when they were at Duan Lingtian's age. Of course. Looks like a peerless monster has really appeared in our 7-star sword sect this time. All the outer court disciples had shocked expressions. Their gazes were extremely complicated. But there was even more joy. Duan Lingtian was their Migres Peak's outer court disciple. In the future, even if Duan Lingtian became an inner court disciple and went to the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he'd still come from their Migres Peak, and was the pride of their Migres Peak. What a bizarre ability! Hidong stood on the first combat ring, and a trace of shock appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who'd put away his sword and stood there proudly. The other 4 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples looked at each other as well. Did all of you perceive any inkling of that sword strike of his? A 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple couldn't help but ask. Including Hidong, the 4 of them shook their heads. Actually, it wasn't only them. Even the 10 Migres Peak outer court elders present were unable to see through what was so special about Duan Lingtian's sword strike. What a terrifying ability. Zhao Lin's burning gaze seemed as if it was able to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body, and his feelings surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Even I'm unable to see through the ability this Duan Lingtian executed. However, I can be sure that it ought to be a technique from the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I must obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. At this moment, Zhao Lin seemed as if he'd been possessed. Duan Lingtian felt Zhao Lin's gaze, and his body slightly leaned, and his eyes just happened to meet Zhao Lin's gaze. He saw the madness and greed in Zhao Lin's eyes. This Zhao Lin. He really chatters endlessly. Duanling Tian's face sank as he naturally guessed Zhao Lin's current thoughts. Zhao Lin probably attributed all the miracles that happened to him to the non-existent cultivation method, the muscle meridian rebirth scroll, that Duanling Tian fabricated. I wonder what expression Zhao Lin would have if he knew that the muscle meridian rebirth scroll utterly doesn't exist in this world. Duanling Tian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Hiss, amongst the surrounding crowd of outer court disciples, an outer court disciple was dumbstruck for a long time, and in the end, he couldn't help but gasp. He was precisely Tang Bai. The Tang Bai that was entrusted by Zhao Lin to go look for trouble with Duanling Tian, and accepted Duanling Tian's invitation to the life and death arena, yet didn't dare be on the spot. At that time, Tang Bai had heard of the news of Duanling Tian killing the Fecta Peak 6th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, so he didn't dare be on the spot and carry out a battle on the life and death arena with Duanling Tian. Now that he thought about it, Tang Bai suddenly felt how wise he was. Even though he'd suffered many disdainful looks because of this during these 3 months, and he was extremely aggrieved in his heart. But now, the aggrieved feeling in his heart had vanished like smoke into thin air. Compared to his own life, everything else wasn't worth mentioning. The first round of the outer court martial competition continued. For a time, the 7th combat ring that Duanling Tian was at was like the 1st to 5th combat rings, becoming a forbidden area that other people didn't dare set foot in. There wasn't another outer court disciple that was allocated to the 7th combat ring that dared ascend the 7th combat ring to battle Duanling Tian. They admitted defeat one after another, waiting for the birth of the final arena master of the remaining 4 combat rings. At that time, so long as they had the strength, they would similarly be able to obtain the opportunity to advance. Duanling Tian stood on the 7th combat ring and looked around in boredom, occasionally looking at the elimination battles on the 6th combat ring, occasionally looking at the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring. Time silently flowed by. In only a single morning's time, the 10 Migres Peak disciples with the strongest strengths that obtained advancement were born. Of the 10 Migres Peak disciples, 5 were at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage, and 4 were at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Chapter 303. The 10 of you head to Mizar Peak at dawn tomorrow. The outer court martial competition this time will be held at Mizar Peak's Mizar balcony. At that time, it will be personally presided over by the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. The curtains to the first round of the outer court martial competition had fallen, and the Migres Peak outer court elder, Lu Qiu, looked at Duanling Tian's group of 10 as he slowly spoke. Duanling Tian's group of 10 nodded, indicating that they understood. In next to no time, the 10 Migres Peak outer court elders led by Lu Qiu left successively. Congratulations senior brother Hidong. Congratulations senior brother Wang Zhu. Subsequently, the group of outer court disciples started congratulating the outer court disciples that had advanced. Especially the 5 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples led by Hidong. They were even surrounded by the group of outer court disciples. All the outer court disciples were incomparably enthusiastic, and all wanted to form a good relationship with Hidong's group of 5. After all, the 5 of them were practically nailed to the inner court disciples in the future. Duanling Tian, congratulations. He Chun arrived before Duanling Tian as well, and thanked Duanling Tian. Although he knew since long ago that with Duanling Tian's strength, he would surely be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition, but when it really came to this moment, he still felt happy for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled to He Chun, then the two of them walked side by side, following the group of Migres Peak disciples to leave the Migres platform. Duanling Tian bid his farewells to He Chun, then left. After leaving, Duanling Tian's brows knit, then merged into the surging stream of people, moving back and forth, and only after half an hour did he conceal himself into a remote mountain path. Now, no matter who it is, it's impossible for them to follow me. Duanling Tian's actions earlier weren't superfluous, and it was precisely because he was worried about being followed. Of course, it was mainly to guard against Zhao Lin. Today, Zhao Lin's display caused Duan Lingtian to feel pressure. He believed that as long as Zhao Lin didn't achieve his goal, Zhao Lin wouldn't let him off. So, he had to guard against Zhao now. If he really allowed Zhao Lin to find the slightest chance, then he would surely die and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with coldness. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased up his furious and agitated feelings, then he headed towards the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. But now, on a mountain path on Migres Peak, a figure flashed out, and Zhao Lin appeared. His expression was as ugly as it could be. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to shake me off. Looks like it wasn't a coincidence or luck that he was able to shake me off. In that case, he can discover me. At that instant, apart from the coldness in Zhao Lin's eyes, there was also a hint of greed. How shocking! Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such means. Or perhaps, the reason why you were able to discover me was because of that miraculous muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing technique. Now, Zhao Lin had attributed all the unimaginable things that had happened to Duan Lingtian to the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. His desire for the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll grew stronger and stronger. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely obtain your muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. Zhao Lin thought in his heart, seeming to have thought of something, then he left Migres Peak and stepped onto the chain bridge. After arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he continued towards the distance and finally arrived at Alioth Peak. Within a spacious gorge on Alioth Peak. Elder Zhao Lin. The young man with a warped and hideous appearance and a pair of triangular eyes frowned slightly when he saw the middle-aged man that walked in. He recognized the person before him. It was the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin. Shi Hao. Zhao Lin saw Shi Hao and nodded indifferently. Although Shi Hao was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, he was only a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, and was no different than an ant in the eyes of Zhao Lin, an elder of the 7-star sword sect. Elder Zhao Lin, I wonder why you're looking for me. Shi Hao went straight to the point and asked, as he didn't think that this Migres Peak Outer Court elder had only come to visit him. Although he and this Migres Peak elder knew each other, they'd never conversed in the past, not even a single word. Shi Hao, a straightforward person, doesn't beat around the bush. I've come to look for you today only for the sake of Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin went straight to the point as well, and his eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. Shi Hao frowned, his originally hideous and warped features were twisted together, and his pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold sheen. He saw the fierce light in Zhao Lin's eyes. He only thought that this was Zhao Lin targeting him, and his face instantly sank. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry. If it's related to the matter of Duan Lingtian, then there's nothing to discuss between the two of us. Zhao Lin was the Migres Peak Outer Court elder. Duan Lingtian was a Migres Peak disciple. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lin had surely come this time for the sake of making him dispel the thought of dealing with Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Shi Hao, and his eyes emitted dense coldness. Whoosh! Zhao Lin raised his hand, and his sleeve swelled up as he abruptly swept out. Instantly, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and Shi Hao was swept flying by Zhao Lin's sleeve like an arrow that left the bowstring. Bang! Shi Hao fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he ceaselessly spat out blood from his mouth, but his triangular eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Lin, and contained frightening coldness mixed within. Zhao Lin, you dare touch me? Touch you? Zhao Lin sneered, his figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived before Shi Hao, and the origin energy in his hand roiled and condensed. Do you believe that once this hand of mine descends, you'll die for sure? He'd already held back when he swung out his sleeve earlier. If he exerted his full strength, then Shi Hao would have died for sure. Within this gorge, even if he killed Shi Hao, no one would know that it was done by him, and there was utterly no need to worry about the 7-star sword sect blaming him. Shi Hao's face sank, and the coldness in his triangular eyes grew even colder. So what? Even if I die, I won't let that Duan Ling Tian off. He crippled my sister's Dan Tian, so I must make him die. No one is able to stop me. Shi Hao's words caused Zhao Lin's face to freeze. You? Do you think I'm asking you to let Duan Ling Tian off? Could it be that you aren't? Shi Hao sneered, and his triangular eyes were cold as before. Humph. Zhao Lin grunted coldly and scolded. Idiot. I wish for nothing more than to make that Duan Ling Tian die, but you actually think I'm asking you to let him off? Truly laughable. The enraged expression on Shi Hao's face completely froze, and he looked at Zhao Lin with suspicion. Elder Zhao Lin, is what you said true? Do you think I have to lie to you? Zhao Lin raised his hand, and a grade 7 gold injury pill flew out to descend into Shi Hao's hand. Consume it. Shi Hao took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, causing his injuries to recover, and he stood up with a slightly apologetic expression. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry, it was Shi Hao who misunderstood you. But, I wonder why Elder Zhao Lin has come here this time. I naturally came here to give you a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin's gaze went cold as he slowly spoke. When he saw Shi Hao's bewildered expression, Zhao Lin continued. Shi Hao, you wouldn't be thinking that if you encounter Duan Ling Tian tomorrow, you'll be able to kill him, right? The outer court martial competition has always strictly prohibited outer court disciples from killing each other. If you really dare to directly kill that Duan Ling Tian, then I'm afraid the trouble you'll face won't be small. Humph. Shi Hao's face sank, and traces of coldness appeared in his eyes. So what? For the sake of my sister, Shi Yan, I'll surely burn that Duan Ling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes, no matter the cost. The rules of the 7-star sword sect are unable to stop me. Then what if you're able to kill Duan Ling Tian and don't have to violate the rules of the 7-star sword sect? Zhao Lin said indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Shi Hao frowned and had a puzzled expression. If I have a way to make tomorrow's outer court martial competition become a life and death competition. What do you think? Wouldn't you feel like a fish in water? The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile that concealed a scheme. Really? Shi Hao's eyes shone. If it was really possible, then even if he killed Duan Ling Tian, he wouldn't violate the rules of the 7-star sword sect. After all, it was said that it would be a life and death competition, and even if someone died, it would be understandable. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Zhao Lin had a face full of confidence. Shi Hao took a deep breath, then looked at Zhao Lin with a burning gaze. Elder Zhao Lin, you specially came to look for me and tell me this matter. You ought to not have come just to tell me this good news, right? Zhao Lin nodded. Of course. My request is extremely simple. After you kill Duan Ling Tian, I want his spatial ring. Just this. Shi Hao was stunned. This request was indeed extremely simple. Although he'd realized that Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring ought to have something Zhao Lin needed, he didn't care. He only wanted to take revenge for his younger sister. Just this. Zhao Lin nodded once more. How about it? Elder Zhao Lin, I promise you. So long as you're able to make tomorrow's outer court martial competition become a life and death competition. Shi Hao agreed. As far as he was concerned, this was a good thing that came knocking on his door. All right. Zhao Lin smiled and left in satisfaction. As far as he was concerned, so long as he obtained Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring, he would surely be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. From Duan Ling Tian's current accomplishments, he was able to realize that the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll wasn't simple. He was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian would surely carry a cultivation method like this with him. After all, the more profound the cultivation method, the more complicated it was. It was extremely difficult to remember. Usually, one would carry it with them. At the side of the cliff at the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Ling Tian was half lying on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, leaning on the strong branch of the crooked tree. Two little fellows that cause others to worry about. As he drank the monkey wine and gazed towards the direction of the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian thought of the two little pythons once more. I wonder if Kerr has returned. When he thought of Kerr, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. That delicate and pitiful young girl he met on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago was now able to take charge of herself. At the same time that he felt gratified, he also felt pity and love in his heart. That was his woman. Chapter 304. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian bathed in the morning dew and left the peak of Migres Peak. Mizar Peak. It was the first time that Duan Lingtian had gone there, so he didn't know where Mizar Peak was. However, after arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he was able to see the surging stream of people all heading towards one direction. He knew clearly in his heart that these people were surely heading towards Mizar Peak to open the balcony. So, he followed the stream of people. On the way, he could hear various discussions. I never imagined that the outer court martial competition this time actually changed the rules, and didn't restrict that only outer court disciples that entered the 7-star sword sect within 3 years are able to participate. Yeah, I originally thought that since I'm at the 5th level of the origin core stage, I ought to be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition. But now that the rules have been changed, those that advance in the first round of the outer court martial competition are either at the 6th level of the origin core stage or at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Now that the rules have been changed, the first in the outer court martial competition this time will surely be Alioth Peak's senior brother Shirhao without a doubt. That might not be the case. Don't forget, Migres Peak's senior brother Hidong, Alcade Peak's senior sisters Waqing, and Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuifeng have strengths that aren't much inferior to senior brother Shirhao. I heard that Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuifeng was bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification by his master, the Peak Master of Merak Peak, some time ago. What? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Are you sure? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Duan Lingtian walked on the chain bridge that led to Mizar Peak, and he was slightly moved when he heard the discussions of the few 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that walked past him. The higher the grade of a spirit weapon, the greater the difficulty of refining it. That day in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Swallow Mountain County's county city, he and the Chu family's second elder had bet their lives on weapons refinement. The grade 8 spirit weapon refined by the Chu family's second elder was able to provide a 19% amplification, and it was already extremely rare. It could be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 8 spirit weapons. On the other hand, a grade 7 spirit artifact that could provide an amplification of 29% was even rarer than the former. Even if it's me, once my cultivation steps into the 7th level of the origin core stage and becomes a grade 7 weapons craftsman, I'll at most be able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 31% amplification. Whereas if I try my best, I can refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 22% now. So, Duan Lingtian deeply knew how difficult it was to obtain a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. I never imagined that in this tiny Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there's still a weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Soon after, their discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Supposedly, that grade 7 spirit sword was something the Peak Master of Merak Peak went to the Dark Cloud Empire and specially invited a weapons refinement master to refine for senior brother Hu Shuifeng. Even if it's in the Dark Cloud Empire, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification is surely not a nobody. I heard long ago that the Peak Master of Merak Peak doted on senior brother Hu Shuifeng, but I never imagined that it was to such an extent. With such a grade 7 spirit sword to rely on, senior brother Hu Shuifeng's strength has surely increased greatly. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification was refined by a weapons refinement master of the Dark Cloud Empire. Dark Cloud Empire, if it was said that the Crimson Sky Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Dark Cloud Empire. Duan Lingtian knew a little about this. But even then, it still caused Duan Lingtian to feel surprised. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 29% amplification was rare even in the foreign lands. He could be sure. That weapons refinement master surely had his own unique points. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the stream of people to arrive at Mizar Peak, and finally arrived at his destination, the open balcony. The open balcony of Mizar Peak was similar to the Migres platform of Migres Peak. It was an extremely vast platform, and there were 10 spacious combat rings on it. When he was on the Migres platform yesterday, there were only Migres Peak disciples, and although there were many people, it didn't seem to be crowded. But today, on this open balcony, the stream of people surged, causing one to be unable to move an inch. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice entered into his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from turning around. It was an extremely unfamiliar 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that greeted him. You are? Duan Lingtian didn't recognize this outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian, I'm a Migres Peak disciple as well. Yesterday on the Migres platform, your sword strike that seemed as if it had the help of the gods was too formidable. This Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression when he saw Duan Lingtian actually replied to him. Duan Lingtian was stunned, then he replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian. The Migres Peak's little freak, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that along with this Migres Peak disciple greeting him, for a time, the surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples avoided him, and they surrounded him and sized him up from top to bottom. So young. He's at most a little over 20. It's him that killed the Fekta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Soaring. All the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke with words that were filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, as he didn't like this feeling. Scoundrel! Suddenly, a moving voice that was like an oriole's sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Just by hearing the voice and not seeing the person, Duan Lingtian already knew who it was. Duan Lingtian's slightly stiff face bloomed with a light smile, and he walked out of the crowd in large strides. Perhaps it was because the surrounding people knew of Duan Lingtian's identity and were slightly fearful, but now, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Duan Lingtian arrived outside the Mizar platform, and his eyes were filled with tender love as he looked at Li Fei, who stood there with a joyful expression. Little Fei. Duan Lingtian, junior sister, said she saw you when she arrived, and I thought she was seeing things. The beautiful young woman beside Li Fei smiled mischievously. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Li Fei instantly blushed when she heard this. Senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman and lightly smiled as he greeted her, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. Earlier, he only knew that this senior sister of little Fei's was called Zuoqing. But on the way here earlier, he'd heard many outer court disciples mention Zuoqing, and their words placed Zuoqing at a height that was only inferior to the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shihao, in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. She was ranked on par with the Migres Peak's Hidong and the Merak Peak's Hu Shuefeng. At that time, he realized that this senior sister Zuoqing wasn't simple. Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and replied with a smile. The young man before her was her junior sister's man, and she didn't take Duan Lingtian to be an outsider. It's senior sister Zuoqing. In next to no time, many 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform recognized Zuoqing and exclaimed in surprise. That junior sister by senior sister Zuoqing's side is so beautiful. Too beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. A smile that can overturn a city, a second smile that can overturn a kingdom, nothing more than this. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly descended onto Li Fei, who was by Zuoqing's side. To them, Li Fei was truly too beautiful. Although there were many female disciples in the Seven-Star Sword sect, but there was practically no one that possessed a peerless appearance like Li Fei. In terms of cultivation, women were innately weaker than men, so outstanding women in the martial Tao were extremely rare. Moreover, a woman that was able to be outstanding in both appearance and martial Tao was even less than 1 in 10,000. So when they saw such a beautiful woman in the Seven-Star Sword sect, the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples slightly lost their composure. Although everyone loved beauty, but now that so many burning gazes descended onto Li Fei, it still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly displeased. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly held onto Li Fei's jade hand, then pulled Li Fei to his side. It was as if he was declaring the ownership of Li Fei. Scoundrel! Being pulled by Duan Lingtian like this in public caused Li Fei's beautiful face to go slightly red, and her pink and tender cheeks seemed like they would break with a flick of a finger. This caused the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples on the balcony to be dumbstruck. However, the strand of faintly discernible happiness within Li Fei's pair of beautiful eyes that were like water was obvious. Instantly, the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples reacted to what had happened, and numerous gazes that were filled with killing intent descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian and replace him. Our Seven-Star Sword sect finally had a drop-dead gorgeous junior sister appear with great difficulty, but I never imagined that someone would beat us to it. This Duan Lingtian is simply a winner in life. Not to mention his natural talent in the martial Tao is shocking, he's actually able to obtain the favor of this junior sister. Speaking of which, I'm afraid only a man like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. You're right. The crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples didn't conceal their discussion in the slightest, and it caused the blush on Li Fei's face to deepen slightly. Little Fei, is Kuth back? Duan Lingtian ignored the surrounding gazes of envy and jealousy, and he looked at Li Fei as he asked with slight anticipation. Li Fei shook her head. I asked Master yesterday, and Master said that the Peak Master and Little Sister Kerr haven't returned. Looks like Little Sister Kerr won't be able to make it in time for the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, who only had eyes for Li Fei, seemed to have noticed something, and his expression froze slightly. Little Fei, you broke through. A light smile hung on Li Fei's angelic face. I just broke through a few days ago. Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard, junior sister has already caught up to you now. Zhua Qin looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner as she teased him. A few days ago, when she found out that Li Fei had broken through once again, Zhua Qin was extremely shocked. After all, this junior sister of hers had only broken through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage 3 months ago. It had only been 3 months, and her junior sister had actually broken through once again. Chapter 305. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Zhua Qin, seeming to not mind in the slightest that Li Fei had caught up to him in terms of cultivation. Senior sister, even though I've broken through, I'm still unable to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. Li Fei faintly sighed, seeming to be slightly regretful and disappointed. Zhua Qin shook her head and smiled. Junior sister, the outer court martial competition this time is rather special. No one had expected that the peak masters of the 6 peaks would change the rules at the last minute. If the rules weren't changed, then with your current cultivation, you would surely be able to advance and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. As she spoke up to hear, Zhua Qin glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she was saying to Duan Lingtian, all of this is your fault. If it wasn't for you, the outer court martial competition wouldn't have changed the rules at the last minute. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. This was something that even he had never expected beforehand. Scoundrel, you and senior sister have to work hard, it's best if you take first place. Li Fei quickly recovered and cheered for Duan Lingtian and Zhua Qin, her beautiful face slightly flushed, causing others to have the impulse to be unable to refrain from wanting to kiss her. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. He'd come to participate in the outer court martial competition this time precisely for the sake of taking first place. Junior sister. Zhua Qing instead shook her head and smiled. How could it be so easy? So long as you're an outer court disciple, you can participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Amongst them, I don't have any confidence in that Alioth Peak Shihao. Shihao. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly frowned. Why does this name feel slightly familiar? Duan Lingtian shrugged when he saw Zhua Qing looking over with a strange expression, then said to Li Fei, this Shihao is the older brother of the number one disciple in the outer court that Shi Yan spoke of. Shi Yan's older brother? Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face couldn't help but sink when she thought of Shi Yan, as she didn't have the slightest good impression of that woman with a warped appearance and a warped mentality. I heard Shihao went to Migres Peak to look for you. Zhua Qing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Senior sister, you're really well informed. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised that Zhua Qing knew about this. After all, even he only found out about this matter recently. Moreover, besides the Migres Peak disciples, there seemed to not be many people that knew about this matter. After all, he was a Migres Peak disciple no matter what. In the eyes of the Migres Peak disciples, he didn't dare make an appearance because he was afraid of Shihao. As the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. On this matter, the Migres Peak disciples had all reached a tacit understanding, and they didn't publicize it wantonly. Scoundrel, did Shihao look for you? Are you okay? Upon hearing that Shihao had gone to look for Duan Lingtian, Li Fei's face was filled with anxiety. Her pair of clear eyes focused as she sized up the Duan Lingtian from head to toe, as if she wanted to carefully observe whether the Duan Lingtian was injured or not. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled towards his concern for Li Fei. Little Fei, you're still worried that I'll suffer a loss under Shihao? Li Fei returned to her senses when facing Duan Lingtian's confidence. Only now did she recall that her man had many things to rely on, not to mention the two nascent soul-stage little pythons. Even the pile of inscriptions in her man's possession was sufficient to allow him to stand in an invincible position in the competition with Shihao. Li Fei nodded with a smile, and the worry on her face vanished without a trace. The changes in expression on Li Fei's face entered into Zhua Qing's eyes, causing Zhua Qing to be stunned. This junior sister of hers is actually so confident towards her little lover. She wouldn't be thinking that this little lover of hers is able to deal with Shihao, right? Although Zhua Qing knew that Duan Lingtian's strength was extraordinary, and 3 months ago, he'd even killed a 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple on the life and death arena on Fekta Peak, but even then, it didn't mean that Duan Lingtian was able to deal with a 7th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. As a 7th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, Zhua Qing knew deeply. The 7th level of the Origin Core stage was far from something a 6th-level Origin Core stage disciple could compare to. Between the two, there was a dividing line. It could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. It's the Migres Peak senior brother Hidong. In next to no time, numerous gazes moved away from Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to descend onto a young man that slowly walked down from Mizar Peak. This young man was precisely Hidong. Hidong noticed Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned a smile. Hidong is rather courteous to you. Zhua Qing was slightly surprised when she saw this scene. With a quick thought, she came to an understanding. Although Duan Lingtian might be inferior to a 7th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple like her and Hidong, but how old were they, and how old was Duan Lingtian? When they were Duan Lingtian's age, they seemed to have not even stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. They could imagine that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, when he arrived at their age in the future, his strength would absolutely exceed their imaginations. Duan Lingtian's natural talent was sufficient to obtain their respect. In next to no time, the 7th level Origin Core stage martial artists of the 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court's 6 Great Sword Peaks arrived one by one. The arrival of these people caused the balcony to be completely bustling with noise and excitement. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng has arrived as well. It was unknown who said this. Instantly, numerous gazes converged onto a proud and aloof figure that walked over from afar on Mizar Peak. This was a handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes, around the age of 25. As soon as he appeared, he seemed to have seized the limelight of all the 7th-level Origin Core stage martial artists present and became the absolute center of attention. Senior brother Xuefeng. Some Alcade Peak female disciples even lost their composure and cried out sharply. He's Hu Xuefeng. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hu Xuefeng. Although he didn't know Hu Xuefeng before today, and had never even heard of Hu Xuefeng. But all along the way to Mizar Peak today, he heard many people discussing Hu Xuefeng, and he knew that Hu Xuefeng was the personal disciple of the Peak Master of one of the 6 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, the Merak Peak. For the sake of this personal disciple, the Merak Peak's Peak Master even asked a weapons craftsman of the Black Cloud Empire to refine a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29% for him. The love the Merak Peak's Peak Master had for this personal disciple was obvious. Senior sister, what's wrong? Li Fei's voice that was moving like an oriole's sounded out by his ear. Duan Lingtian turned around, and only now did he notice that when Zhou Qing looked at Hu Xuefeng, her gaze contained coldness mixed within. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Although he couldn't be considered to be familiar with Zhou Qing, but from Zhou Qing's actions and words, he was able to discern that she was a kind-hearted girl that wasn't scheming, but now, Zhou Qing seemed to be filled with enmity towards Hu Xuefeng. This caused bewilderment to arise in his heart. Could it be that there's some conflict between Zhou Qing and Hu Xuefeng? This Hu Xuefeng is a complete lecher. Zhou Qing's delicate and pretty face was covered in a layer of ice, and her cold aura was oppressive. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, and they subconsciously glanced at each other, and both of them noticed a trace of strangeness in each other's eyes. Senior sister, you and him, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Qing and was slightly hesitant to speak. Zhou Qing noticed the strangeness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, then glanced at Li Fei and noticed that Li Fei was the same as Duan Lingtian. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, "Don't misunderstand, there's nothing between me and him. The reason I said he's a lecher is because he'd once seduced many female disciples of our Alcade Peak. In the end, those female disciples were all heartlessly abandoned by him, and some even committed suicide for him." As she finished speaking, Zhou Qing's face was filled with rage. A person like this can still be so welcomed by the female disciples of Alcade Peak? Duan Lingtian had a bewildered expression when he saw the group of Alcade Peak female disciples warmly greeting Hu Xuefeng. Just by looking at his outer appearance, Hu Xuefeng was extraordinarily handsome and had a graceful bearing. He was completely unable to discern that he was that sort of person. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but recall the words "know a person for a long time without understanding his heart. That's because he concealed it deeply enough. Moreover, every single time, so long as something happens to a female disciple related to him, he would always disassociate himself from the matter at the first possible moment. His methods are extremely brilliant. Zhou Qing grunted coldly as she spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian was able to sense that at this instant, the temperature of the air around Zhou Qing seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. There's actually such a shameless person. Li Fei had an enraged expression when she heard Zhou Qing, and she glared angrily at Hu Xuefeng who was walking towards Mizar platform with large strides. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hu Xuefeng as well. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. Because he noticed that Hu Xuefeng's gaze had descended onto Li Fei who was by his side, within the depths of that pair of clear eyes, a strand of a lustful flowing light flashed before vanishing. Although Hu Xuefeng's concealment was very brilliant, Duan Lingtian was still able to see it clearly. Instantly, he was almost certain that this Hu Xuefeng was exactly as Zhou Qing had said. He was a sanctimonious hypocrite. After Hu Xuefeng saw Li Fei, his eyes lit up as he slowly walked towards them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Zhou Qing's expression turned cold. Li Fei's shapely eyebrows slightly creased. "Zhou Qing, long time no see." After Hu Xuefeng walked over, he greeted Zhou Qing enthusiastically. Hu Shuefeng, I'm not familiar with you. Scram back to where you came from. When facing Hu Shuefeng, Zhou Qing's face was shrouded in a layer of frost. The cold air was oppressive, as if it could freeze the air. Zhou Qing, is there some misunderstanding between us? A warm and brilliant smile hung on Hu Shuefeng's face from beginning to end. He looked both handsome and cheerful. He was absolutely a perfect and elegant young master. If it wasn't for Zhou Qing's prior reminder, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei might have been deceived by Hu Shuefeng's refined and courteous appearance. Hu Shuefeng's acting was too good. There was no flaw to speak of. Hu Shuefeng, I'm not familiar with you and there's no misunderstanding. I just don't find you pleasing to the eye and don't want to see you. Scram! After saying that, a trace of anger surfaced on Zhou Qing's face. However, Hu Shuefeng seemed as if he didn't hear Zhou Qing's words at all. His face revealed a gentle smile as he looked at Li Fei by the side and asked with a smile, how should I address this junior sister? Duan Lingtian could see that when Hu Shuefeng discovered that his hand was holding Li Fei's hand. The corner of his eyes swept towards him, which was obviously mixed with a somewhat gloomy and threatening luster, choosing to devour people. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 306. When faced with Hu Shuefeng's courteous greeting, Li Fei instead paid no attention to it, as if she utterly didn't hear it. The smile on Hu Shuefeng's face was slightly stiff, but he still maintained it. His gaze moved on to Duan Lingtian, and traces of frightening coldness were mixed within the depths of his eyes. Junior brother, how do I address you? Little Fei, let's go over. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand as he walked with large strides towards the balcony, and from the beginning until the end, he utterly didn't look Hu Shuefeng in the eye. Yes. When he saw Li Fei meekly nodding her head, she leaned on Duan Lingtian's robust shoulder like a little bird and walked into the balcony. The smile on Hu Shuefeng's face completely froze. When Zhou Qing saw Hu Shuefeng's slightly grim expression, the ice on her face seemed to have instantly melted, and she said with a smile, Hu Shuefeng, this junior brother is my junior sister's man. He's called Duan Lingtian. After she finished speaking, Zhou Qing followed Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Duan Lingtian? These three words were like a thunderclap that sounded out by Hu Shuefeng's ears. He's Duan Lingtian. Hu Shuefeng's gaze focused to descend onto Duan Lingtian's back, and it flickered with a dense sheen. An outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year actually dares to disregard me? Does he really think that he can run wild without fear just because he killed a 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple? After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked into the Mizar platform, the outer court elders of Mizar Peak finally appeared. These outer court elders clustered around a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes as they walked over in large strides. This middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was also the only person amongst everyone present that didn't wear the uniform of the 7-star sword sect. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes had a firm expression, a dignified expression was revealed between his brows, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as if they could see through everything. Peak Master. The crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform opened up a path in unison, and they respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Mizar Peak's Peak Master. When the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes appeared, Duan Lingtian had already guessed his identity. As it turned out, he was right. Senior sister, he's the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jingfan? Li Fei asked Zhou Qing. Yes. Zhou Qing nodded. Senior brother Shihao is here too. A low cry broke the short silence of the Mizar platform. Everyone looked over. Outside the Mizar platform, 2 figures were walking side by side. It was a young man with a twisted and ferocious face and a pair of triangular eyes. A middle-aged man with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The one beside senior brother Shihao seems to be the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. That's right, it's Elder Zhao Lin. Many people recognized the person beside Shihao. Zhao Lin. Seeing Zhao Lin here, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. In his opinion, this Zhao Lin was definitely up to no good by mixing with Shi Hao. He's Shi Hao. He's simply as if he was carved out from the same mold as Shi Yan. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Peak Master. After Shi Hao and Zhao Lin arrived, they both bowed to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. Jing Fan lightly smiled as he nodded to Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I never imagined that you would be so interested in the second round of the outer court martial competition, to actually come personally. Peak Master, the outer court martial competition this time is different from the past. I naturally have to come and broaden my horizons. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile, and he seemed to be implying something. Looks like you already know. Jing Fan glanced deeply at Zhao Lin, then looked at Shi Hao who was beside Zhao Lin and nodded indifferently. Shi Hao, I hope you're able to accomplish something today, and don't disgrace your reputation as the #1 disciple in the outer court. Don't worry, Peak Master, my goal today is #1. Shi Hao nodded, and his triangular eyes flickered with a sheen of confidence. Very good. Jing Fan nodded, then his figure flashed out to leap onto the combat ring at the center, then he looked around at the surroundings before slowly speaking. There's a change in the rules of the outer court martial competition this time, I presume everyone already knows. Today, there's something I want to tell the 60 outer court disciples that are participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition in advance. Jing Fan's voice wasn't loud, yet it contained dense origin energy, and it clearly entered into the ears of everyone present like a thunderclap reverberating in their ears. For a moment, the gazes of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present descended onto Jing Fan, as they all wanted to know what Jing Fan was going to say next. Could it be that there's another new rule? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as bewilderment arose in his heart. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Jing Fan spoke once more. Today, the second round of the outer court martial competition will abandon the past traditions. For the sake of allowing all the outer court disciples that are participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition to be able to go all out and fight with all their might. When the 60 outer court disciples undergo elimination battles in the second round of the outer court martial competition, life and death will be disregarded. In other words, even if someone dies in the combat ring today, the sect won't punish the outer court disciple that killed him. Jing Fan finished speaking in a single breath. Mizar platform was deathly silent. Disregard life and death. This, in next to no time, many people reacted to this, and their faces went ghastly pale. These people were all 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition. They came in high spirits, but now, all of them were dejected, like eggplants that had been beaten by frost. Earlier, the Peak Master said that today's Outer Court Martial Competition disregarded life and death. In other words, killing each other is allowed? It seems to be. Oh my God. In this way, wouldn't someone die today? The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that stood on Mizar platform instantly burst into an uproar. The outer court martial competition disregarded life and death. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, this was something that had never occurred before. I give up. I give up as well. In next to no time, some outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition couldn't help but give up. These outer court disciples were all 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artists. Although they wanted to show off in the outer court martial competition as well, but now that it involved their lives, they had no choice but to be careful and prudent. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness might cause them to lose their lives. They didn't dare gamble. Moreover, they knew their limits. This time, almost half of the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition were at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Even if they participated, it would be impossible for them to obtain a ranking. In the outer court martial competition, only the people that were ranked in the top 10 would be able to obtain the corresponding generous rewards. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised in the slightest, and said indifferently, "Now, the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, those that want to obtain a good result or even fight for the top 10. Come to my side, an elder will register all of you. As for the outer court disciples that gave up, there's no need to come up." As soon as Jing Fan finished speaking, a figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost that instantly flashed onto the combat ring and stood beside Jing Fan. It's senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Instantly, many people recognized the first person that ascended the combat ring. As expected of the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. Even if senior brother Hu Shuefeng is facing a life and death battle in the outer court martial competition, he's still not afraid in the slightest. Supposedly, senior brother Hu Shuefeng was bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification by the peak master of Merak Peak. Even senior brother Hao might not be able to compare to his current strength. No wonder he's so confident. Presently, most of the outer court disciples looked at Hu Shuefeng with an expression of adoration. Hu Shuefeng had become the center of attention. Not bad. Even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, had an expression of admiration as he nodded to Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng stood by Jing Fan's side, and his eyes were suffused with a fierce gaze. Instantly, he found Duan Lingtian from the crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he met Hu Shuefeng's gaze without the slightest fear. He was able to discern that the gaze Hu Shuefeng shot at him was filled with provocation and contempt. It was as if Hu Shuefeng was certain that after he found out that the second round of the outer court martial competition was a life and death battle, Hu Shuefeng wouldn't dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Whoosh! Right at this moment, another figure flashed onto the combat ring and stood by Jing Fan's side. Senior brother Hao. As expected of the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. The crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform were in an uproar once again. The person that ascended the combat ring now was precisely Hao. Whoosh! In the next moment, Dong, the 7th level origin core stage disciple of Migra's Peak, ascended the combat ring as well. Duan Lingtian, act according to your ability. Zuoqing said to Duan Lingtian, then her figure flashed out to follow Dong and descend onto the combat ring. In only a short moment, 4 people ascended the combat ring and stood by the side of the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. The 4 strongest people in our 7-star sword sect's outer court have all ascended the combat ring now. The other 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples wouldn't be forfeiting as well, right? Amidst the clamorous voices of the crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform, many outer court disciples successively ascended the combat ring. These outer court disciples all had a common point. They were all existences at the 7th level of the origin core stage. In next to no time, so long as it was a 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, practically all ascended the combat ring and expressed their resolution. Including Hao, Dong, Zuoqing, and Hu Shuefeng, there were a total of 28 people. That Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been frightened and not dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Zhao Lin stood on Mizar platform and easily noticed Duan Lingtian's location. His heart jerked. He'd thought of everything, yet he'd forgotten this: Duan Lingtian could completely forfeit. Once Duan Lingtian forfeited, everything he'd done in secret would be useless. Could it be that he'd really have to draw water with a sieve this time? He was unwilling. Right when Zhao Lin was burning with anxiety. Duan Lingtian. On the combat ring, Hao's voice was like a thunderclap. A pair of triangular eyes flickered with a frightening sheen as they swept the Mizar platform, seeming to be searching for something. You wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Coward. Chapter 307. Coward! When Shihao shouted out this, he was slightly impatient in his heart. Although he didn't know Duan Lingtian, nor had he seen Duan Lingtian, but he had an impression of the group of 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that ascended the combat ring, and he could be sure that there was absolutely no Duan Lingtian. In other words, his main target today, Duan Lingtian, hadn't ascended the combat ring. It was very likely that Duan Lingtian was afraid of death, so he forfeited. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Along with Shihao's cold shout, the entire Mizar balcony went silent. The gazes of the group of Migres Peak disciples that came to spectate couldn't help but converge onto the distant Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, the remaining 7-star sword sect disciples followed the group of Migres Peak disciples to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. He just intended to ascend the combat ring when he heard Shihao call out from there. Now, when he realized that he'd become the center of attention along with Shihao calling him a coward, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. He's Duan Lingtian. Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples present that had never seen Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise, and all felt that Duan Lingtian was even younger than the rumor said. It was this person that killed a 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Fekta Peak. Unbelievable. Although Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad, but the Outer Court martial competition today is undoubtedly a competition between 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Even if he really participates, he can only be reduced to a foil in the end, and might even be killed. Exactly. I instead feel that forfeiting is his best choice. He's only a little over 20, facing a group of 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Even if he forfeits, it wouldn't be shameful. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Right at this moment, the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, spoke out once more. In today's Outer Court martial competition, the people that are ranked in the top 10 will be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the sect. The person that's ranked first will even be able to obtain an additional Profound Origin Fruit. Profound Origin Fruit. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Hiss. 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 On the Mizar platform, the sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell. What was the Profound Origin Fruit? Even if the 7-star sword sect disciples present hadn't seen it, they'd heard of it. To an Origin Core Stage martial artist, the Profound Origin Fruit was a spirit fruit that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Supposedly, even if an 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist consumed this Profound Origin Fruit, the martial artist would be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. Even if it was a 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist that consumed it, his origin energy would increase to the final bottleneck, and he would be infinitely close to breaking through to the edge of the nascent soul stage. Profound Origin Fruit, it's actually a Profound Origin Fruit. The Profound Essence Fruit is simply a priceless treasure to Origin Core realm martial artists. You can only come across it by chance. Once a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist consumes the Profound Origin Fruit, they'll surely be able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage in one go. Even to the extent that it's very possible for them to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples on Mizar platform were completely in an uproar. On the combat ring, the 28 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that stood by Jing Fan's side, including Shihao, all had glowing eyes, and were filled with yearning towards the Profound Origin Fruit. I'm determined to obtain the Profound Origin Fruit. Hu Shuefeng's handsome face was enveloped in a layer of coldness. No matter who it is, if they dare obstruct me from ascending to first place. Kill. Hu Shuefeng's words were filled with confidence and arrogance. Humph. Then let's see if you have the ability. Shihao grunted coldly. He was similarly determined to obtain the Profound Origin Fruit. He Dong and Zhua Qing glanced at each other, and intense sparks collided within their eyes. The Profound Origin Fruit caused them to be moved. I never imagined that the 7-star sword sect would actually obtain the Profound Origin Fruit, and even take it out as the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He was naturally clearly aware of how precious the profound origin fruit was. If it was said that he wanted to seize first place in the outer court martial competition before this, it was for the sake of his promise to Hu Li. Now, he had another objective. He wanted to obtain the profound origin fruit. If I'm able to obtain the profound origin fruit, my cultivation will directly break through. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted scorching flames, as if they were able to incinerate everything, and were peerlessly overbearing. Li Fei discerned Duan Lingtian's yearning, and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, the outer court martial competition prohibits the use of external forces besides spirit weapons, so your inscriptions can't be used. If you're no match for your opponent, you must jump off the combat ring and admit defeat. Kerr and I can't lose you." As she finished speaking, Li Fei looked nervously at Duan Lingtian. Although she knew that Duan Lingtian had many things to rely on, like the two nascent soul stage little pythons and a pile of formidable inscriptions. However, in the outer court martial competition, all of these couldn't be used. They could only rely on their own strength. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face that was smooth like jade, and laughed lightly. "Little Fei, you have to have some confidence in your man. Next time you dare doubt me, be careful that I don't spank you." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian lowered his voice, and only Li Fei was able to hear it. Li Fei never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually take liberties with her on such an occasion, and her beautiful face flushed red as if blood would drip out from it. "Humph." On the combat ring, Hu Shuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei from afar, especially when he saw Li Fei revealing a shy appearance before Duan Lingtian, and a ball of flames of jealousy inexplicably burned within his heart. He'd always been happy without a woman. Moreover, his standards were extremely high. This woman was absolutely the most beautiful female disciple he'd seen since arriving at the Seven-Star Sword sect. When he first laid eyes on her, he wanted to make this woman his. But later on, he noticed that this woman already had a master. Duan Lingtian. So long as I kill Duan Lingtian, you are mine. Hu Shuefeng looked at Li Fei, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of greed, as if Li Fei had already become his. Duan Lingtian. Hu Shuefeng's gaze focused slightly and descended onto Duan Lingtian, then abruptly shouted out in a low voice. "I heard that 3 months ago, you once killed the 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Fecta Peak, Soaring. According to my knowledge, Soaring was only a step away from the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Since you're able to kill him, I presume your strength isn't inferior to us 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Now that 3 months have passed, your strength is surely even stronger. You wouldn't really want to forfeit, right?" As Hu Shuefeng finished speaking, his voice had a sense of ridicule. Hu Shuefeng, whether Duan Lingtian forfeits or not is his personal choice, and has nothing to do with you. How could the nearby Zhuo Qing not know what Hu Shuefeng was thinking when she heard what Hu Shuefeng said, and her face was once again enveloped in a layer of frost as she sneered. Hu Shuefeng didn't reply to Zhuo Qing, but instead looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian. "Huh. Duan Lingtian. Could it be that you only know how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection? If it's really like this, then you're really a disgrace to us men. A disgrace to men." Hu Shuefeng's words could be said to not be ruthless. "Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended quite a lot of people." A wisp of bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of Shihao's mouth, and he was about to swallow someone up. Along with Hu Shuefeng's voice sounding out, Duan Lingtian once again became the center of attention. This time, it was different again. Earlier, although Shihao had provoked Duan Lingtian, the people present didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Duan Lingtian forfeiting. And no one would look down on Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was there for all to see, and he would surely be able to shine brilliantly in the future and become a genius disciple that played an important role in the 7-Star Sword sect. But now, Hu Shuefeng had instead put such a label on Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian forfeited, it would undoubtedly be admitting that he only knew how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection, losing the dignity of a man. Everyone was curious about what choice Duan Lingtian would make under such circumstances. A trace of rage arose in Li Fei's beautiful eyes when she heard what Hu Shuefeng said, and she wanted to flare up. Duan Lingtian pinched Li Fei's palm and lightly smiled. "Little Fei, no matter where in this world, there's never a lack of mad dogs. Why lower yourself to his level?" Although Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't loud. But presently, Mizar platform was instead completely silent, and his words entered into the eyes of everyone present. Mad dog? The corners of the mouths of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but twitch. This Duan Lingtian actually called Hu Shuefeng a mad dog? They only felt their heads go numb. This Duan Lingtian had gone mad. Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. This was the thought in the hearts of most of the 7-star sword sect disciples. For a time, Hu Shuefeng replaced Duan Lingtian and became the center of attention. Hu Shuefeng's body abruptly shook, his exceedingly handsome face lightly trembled, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent, but it was quickly suppressed by him, and he once again looked at Duan Lingtian. "I really wonder where a trash that obtained the qualifications to enter the second round of the outer court martial competition, yet didn't dare participate and could only forfeit. Where did the arrogance come from?" Hu Shuefeng's voice was incomparably chilly, and he especially emphasized the word trash. Hu Shuefeng's words resonated with many people. These people were mostly love-struck female disciples of Alcade Peak. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng is right, a person that doesn't even have the courage to participate in the outer court martial competition doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Exactly. Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then ascend the combat ring and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. If you don't dare, then you're the coward that senior brother Shihao spoke of, and the trash that only relies on women that senior brother Hu Shuefeng spoke of. When he saw the scene being controlled by him, Hu Shuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes slowly narrowed into a line, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a complacent sneer. It was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, "Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me." Huh. Chapter 308. At the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure shook and abruptly flashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he agilely flashed onto the combat ring and descended beside Zuoqing. Duan Lingtian used his actions to express his attitude. He didn't forfeit. He wanted to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Duan Lingtian actually really wants to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Isn't he afraid of death? Some of the Migres Peak disciples were completely stunned when they saw this scene. During these past 3 months, every time Shihao came to Migres Peak, they clearly felt the monstrous hatred Shihao revealed towards Duan Lingtian. Shihao wished for nothing more than to burn Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. So, as far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's insistence on participating in the second round of the outer court disciple test was simply taking his life as a joke. They didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. After all, Shihao was a 7th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, and was even the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian, your muscle meridian rebirth scroll will soon be mine. When Zhao Lin saw Duan Lingtian ascending the combat ring, the gloominess on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a smile from his scheme succeeding. He suddenly felt that everything he'd done in secret wasn't in vain. Everything was worth it. Duan Lingtian, why did you come up? Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian who was beside her, and her beautiful brows slightly frowned. You don't have to pay attention to Hu Shuefeng's words at all. Duan Lingtian knew that Zuoqing only said this because she was concerned about him, and at the same time warmth arose in his heart. He lightly smiled. Senior sister, I didn't come up because of what he said. I originally intended to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Even if he didn't say a word, I would still come up. Zhua Qing was stunned, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's incomparably firm gaze, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Exactly. Duan Lingtian, you're still considered to be a man. Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Lingtian, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. But, whether you're able to survive the second round will depend on whether you have the ability or not. In any case, if you're against me, if you're against me, I'm Lingtian. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Hu Shuifeng's provocation, and his gaze descended onto the nearby Shihao. Shihao's twisted and ferocious face was now twisted together. A pair of triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent as they stared at him. Of the Lingtian Peak. Meanwhile, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jingfan, sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom with interest. I've heard of your deeds since long ago. But, although you're able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, you might not be able to defeat a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. So long as you're able to survive today, then in the future, the 7-star Sword Sect stage will be yours alone. Jingfan's words were filled with praise towards Duan Lingtian. But it also caused Hu Shuifeng's face to sink, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. As for Shihao, he didn't know if it was true or not. As far as he was concerned, what Jingfan said was equivalent to not saying anything. Because, it was absolutely impossible for him to allow Duan Lingtian to survive today. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian was still neither servile nor overbearing when facing Jingfan. Jingfan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then looked at the crowd of 7-star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples on Mizar platform. Now, are there any Outer Court disciples that have obtained the qualifications for the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition that will ascend the combat ring and participate in today's Outer Court Martial Competition? After waiting for a while, no one ascended the combat ring. Jingfan flicked his sleeve and announced in a loud voice. The second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition officially begins. The rules of the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition are extremely simple. Jingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 28 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, then slowly said, I'll let all of you draw lots. There's a total of 29 numbered lots, and the person that draws lot number 1 can skip 2 rounds and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. 14 people will be chosen from the other 28 people, then another 7 people will be chosen to temporarily be ranked in the top 10. In this way, there will be 8 people that will temporarily be ranked in the top 10. The 7 people that were eliminated earlier will draw lots once more, and the person that draws lot number 1 will temporarily be ranked in the top 10. At that time, there will only be 1 empty spot remaining in the top 10, and the last person will be chosen from the other 6 people to fill this empty spot. After the 10 people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 are decided, if the remaining 19 people are unconvinced of any one of them, you can issue a challenge, and so long as you're able to defeat your opponent, or even kill your opponent, then you can replace your opponent and be ranked in the top 10. When no one issues another challenge, the top 10 people will be ranked in the top 10 of the Outer Court Martial Competition this time, and will be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the sect. Because the rewards of the top 10 people are all different, so the specific ranking of the top 10 has to be decided in the end. The person that's ranked in the first place will obtain an additional profound origin fruit. Now, is there anything that all of you don't understand? Jingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he asked. Duan Lingtian and the others shook their heads, as Jingfan's introduction earlier was extremely clear and orderly. The person that draws lot number 1 at the beginning is undoubtedly the person with the best luck, and is able to skip the first 2 battles and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and was filled with interest towards lot number 1. Of course, even if one drew lot number 1 at the beginning, it didn't mean that one would have no worries later on, as there would still be people that issued challenges later on. It was only saving some effort at the beginning. In next to no time, an outer court elder of Mizar Peak walked forward in large strides and placed the lot box that was prepared on the ground. There's a total of 29 lot numbers within, all of you come forward and draw your own lot. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he spoke indifferently. In next to no time, a few outer court disciples that were near the lot box took the lead to draw their lot numbers. Duan Lingtian and Zhua Qing walked side by side and arrived at the side of the lot box as well. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhua Qing. "Senior sister, you go first." Zhua Qing nodded and wasn't courteous as she directly took out a lot number. Lot number 9. Duan Lingtian placed his hand into the lot box as well. Right at this moment, he instinctively stretched out his spiritual force and fused it into the lot box. Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't hold any hope, as his spiritual force wasn't eyes after all, and it was unable to see the number on the lot. But when his spiritual force stretched in, he instead clearly sensed that amongst the lot numbers within the lot box, the aura of one lot seemed to be different from the others. Could it be lot number 1? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he directly grabbed onto that lot and took it out. After looking carefully, it really was lot number 1. Looking at the number on lot number 1, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder his spiritual force felt the aura of lot number 1 was different from the other lots. So it turned out that the number on lot number 1 was written in red ink, whereas the numbers on the other lots were written in black ink. Presumably, the reason lot number 1 was written in red ink was for the sake of distinguishing it better from the other lots. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian drew lot number 1 without any suspense. Lot number 1. Zhua Qing stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and she couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when she saw the lot number Duan Lingtian took out. Lot number 1. Zhua Qing's low exclamation spread throughout the silent Mizar Peak, and everyone heard it. F***K. It can't be, right? Duan Lingtian's luck is so good. Out of the 29 lots, he drew lot number 1. This luck is too heaven-defying. It's only a coincidence. Moreover, so what if he drew lot number 1? He's only temporarily ranked in the top 10. If his strength isn't sufficient, he'll still be eliminated later on. That's true. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Some people sighed with emotion at Duan Lingtian's luck, and some people felt that it wasn't a big deal even if Duan Lingtian drew lot number 1. Lot number 1. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, was slightly surprised at Duan Lingtian's luck. Lot number 1. However, there were 2 people on the combat ring that had evil sneers on the corners of their mouths. It was precisely Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng. You can only blame your luck for drawing lot number 1. So long as I admit defeat and don't enter the top 10, at that time, I can directly challenge you, and even kill you. Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Lingtian and thought in his heart, and a ruthless sheen jumped about within his eyes. Shi Hao's triangular eyes were suffused with traces of coldness as well. His current thoughts were exactly the same as Hu Shuifeng's. Duan Lingtian, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. Meanwhile, He Dong had drawn lot number that belonged to him as well, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. He clearly saw the killing intent and excitement that was emitted from Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng's eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian, as far as he was concerned. On the surface, Duan Lingtian obtaining lot number 1 was due to good luck. But in reality, it gave Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng the opportunity to directly challenge him. Duan Lingtian naturally understood the meaning behind He Dong's words, but he didn't mind and only smiled faintly. What should come, will come. He Dong didn't expect that Duan Lingtian could still be so calm at this time. He deeply looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, if you can survive today, I, He Dong, will become friends with you. Duan Lingtian wasn't old, but he had such an open-minded temperament, which shocked He Dong. It made He Dong feel admiration from the bottom of his heart. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly, which could be considered as a response. Duan Ling Tian, if Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng challenge you, just admit defeat. Zhou Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian and said somewhat worriedly. Zhou Qing, if he admits defeat, then he wouldn't be Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian could open his mouth, He Dong had already taken a step forward and said to Zhou Qing. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He Dong, you seem to understand me very well. I can't say that I understand you, but I can see that you're not the kind of person who runs away at the last minute. Moreover, I see confidence in your eyes. Chapter 309. Why would he have such confidence? Duan Ling Tian only smiled when he heard He Dong, and didn't explain further. He believed. In next to no time, He Dong would know the answer. A trace of astonishment flashed within Zhou Qing's beautiful eyes when she heard He Dong, and she seriously sized up Duan Ling Tian for a moment before nodding in the end, and she didn't persuade Duan Ling Tian any further. She was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian was indeed filled with confidence. Strong confidence. She thought in her heart. Perhaps, this man of junior sister would once again bring about a miracle and cause everyone to be shocked. In next to no time, all the outer court disciples that were participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition had drawn a lot that belonged to them. Now, all 29 of you have already drawn a lot that belongs to you. Meanwhile, the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, slowly said, Now, the people that have obtained lot number 2 and number 3, go to the first combat ring. The people that have obtained lot number 4 and number 5, go to the second combat ring. So on and so forth until lot number 19, all of you can go to the first combat ring. There was a total of 10 combat rings on Mizar platform. Now, besides the combat arena at the center that was empty, there were 2 more figures on each of the other 9 combat arenas. The 9 Mizar Peak outer court elders successively went over to preside over the competition. Senior Sister Zhou Qing. Duan Ling Tian stood on the empty combat ring at the center of Mizar platform, and looked at the beautiful figure on the 4th combat ring from afar. Right at this moment. I admit defeat. Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded out, breaking the short moment of silence on Mizar platform. A person on the 7th combat ring admitted defeat. For a time, everyone on Mizar platform looked at the person that admitted defeat. Senior brother Shi Hao admitted defeat. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples stared blankly at Shi Hao leaving the 7th combat ring, and all of them had expressions of disbelief. They wouldn't find it strange if someone else admitted defeat. But the person that admitted defeat now was Shi Hao, the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Why did senior brother Shi Hao admit defeat? It's too strange. Some of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had bewildered expressions, as they utterly didn't know what had happened and were unable to understand everything before their eyes. You don't know, do you? Let me tell you, the reason senior brother Shi Hao admitted defeat now is for the sake of the following challenges. If I'm not wrong, he surely wants to challenge Duan Ling Tian. Challenge Duan Ling Tian? Why? Because he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. How do you know? I'm a Migres Peak disciple. Senior brother Shi Hao had gone to our Migres Peak 3 months ago and threatened to battle Duan Ling Tian on the life and death arena. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian had always been hiding, and senior brother Shi Hao was utterly unable to find an opportunity. Now that he has a chance, do you think he will miss it? So that's how it is. But, how did senior Shi Hao become enemies with Duan Ling Tian? I didn't know this at the beginning, but after I inquired about it repeatedly, I found out that Duan Ling Tian actually crippled the dantian of senior brother Shi Hao's younger sister, Shi Yan. Who in our 7-star sword sect outer court doesn't know how much senior brother Shi Hao dotes on his younger sister, Shi Yan? Tell me, how could he not take revenge for Shi Yan? Duan Ling Tian crippled Shi Yan's dantian? The conversation between the 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly spread out. Not long after, so long as it was someone that stood on Mizar platform, practically everyone knew everything. Duan Ling Tian crippled the dantian of Shi Hao's younger sister, Shi Yan. Shi Hao hated Duan Ling Tian to the bone and wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you. He Dong, who stood by Duan Ling Tian's side, had an astonished expression. Although he knew that Shi Hao wanted to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, he didn't know that there was such a reason behind it. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and smiled indifferently. Are you very surprised? He Dong nodded. I'm indeed rather surprised. Who in our 7-star sword sect outer court doesn't know that Shi Hao is extremely obedient and dotes on his younger sister? But you instead directly crippled her dantian. It would be strange if Shi Hao didn't fight you to the death. But, you don't look like an unreasonable person to me, so why did you cripple Shi Yan's dantian? He Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered expression. Actually, it's nothing. Shi Yan first humiliated my woman for no reason or rhyme, then repeatedly said that she wanted to cripple my dantian and even put it into action. I could only give her a taste of her own medicine. Duan Ling Tian spoke extremely casually, as if what he said didn't matter at all. He Dong came to a sudden understanding. I've long since heard that Shi Yan relied on Shi Hao's influence to act unruly and rampantly on Alcade Peak. She can only consider herself to be unlucky this time when she bullied you. The conversation between the two wasn't loud, but it was still heard by the nearby peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. The corners of Jing Fan's mouth slightly curled. This Duan Ling Tian has a true nature. But, his courage isn't small. Is he really not afraid of suffering Shi Hao's revenge? Now that Shi Hao had admitted defeat, it was obviously aimed at him. Shi Hao returned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian was filled with ruthlessness and viciousness. Shi Hao, he's mine. Hu Shuifeng looked at Shi Hao, his eyes emitted cold lights, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. Humph. Shi Hao glanced coldly and indifferently at Hu Shuifeng and paid no attention to him, as if he utterly didn't take Hu Shuifeng seriously. Hu Shuifeng's face sank, a fierce light flickered within his eyes, and he was ruthless in his heart. Shi Hao, besides killing Duan Ling Tian today, I'll kill you as well. After today, I'll replace you to become the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Meanwhile, the other 8 combat rings had unfolded a fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents. So strong. Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that on the 4th combat ring, Zhua Qing's figure flashed, dodging the fierce sword strike of her opponent, and the sword images in her hand enveloped down, seeming to have transformed into a rain of flowers that covered the sky, forcing her opponent to retreat. From the beginning until the end, she didn't injure her opponent in the slightest. Thank you for showing mercy. The person that was forced to retreat was a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, and his forehead was still covered in cold sweat as he directly admitted defeat and walked down from the 4th combat ring. Zhua Qing, victory, advancement. In next to no time, the results of the battles on the other combat rings were finally out. Another 7 people advanced successively. Only a few people were injured, and no one was killed. Although the outer court martial competition this time didn't care about life and death, in the eyes of the outer court disciples that entered the arena, their opponents were fellow disciples of the same sect after all, and there was no enmity between them, so there was no need to really fight to the death. It's still the order from before. The remaining 10 outer court disciples, go. The Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, slowly said. Duan Ling Tian, I'm going. He Dong bid his farewells to Duan Ling Tian, then ascended the distant combat ring. I admit defeat. This time, another person admitted defeat. Hu Shuifeng. Because they had Shi Hao as an example, although the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were slightly surprised when faced with Hu Shuifeng admitting defeat, it wasn't as exaggerated as when Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier. Senior brother Hu Shuifeng admitted defeat? Could it be that it's because of Duan Ling Tian as well? This Duan Ling Tian first offended senior brother Shi Hao, and now he's offended senior brother Hu Shuifeng. Today, unless he takes the initiative to admit defeat, otherwise, he'll surely die. Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples glanced at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but shake their heads. In next to no time, the outcome of the other 8 people was decided. He Dong, victorious. The outer court martial competition continued. Besides Duan Lingtian and the 14 people that were eliminated, the other 14 people started the second round of competition. This time, the 7 people that won would be tied with Duan Lingtian and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. The battles began. On the 7 combat rings, sword images crisscrossed. Including Zuoqing and Hidong, every 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple revealed everything they'd learned in their lifetime to their heart's content. Sword skills that dazzled the eyes whistled out and penetrated every opening. Along with the passage of time, the curtains to the battles on the 7 combat rings were drawn. Zuoqing and Hidong advanced. They were temporarily ranked in the top 10 along with the other 5 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples. The 7 people that were eliminated once again drew lots. The person that drew lot number 1 was temporarily ranked in the top 10. The strongest person from the other 6 people would occupy the last position in the top 10. Henceforth, the 10 people that were temporarily ranked in the top 10 had been decided. Duan Lingtian, Zuoqing, and Hidong were shockingly amongst them. Very good. Presently, the 10 people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 have already been decided. Next, it's time to carry out free challenges. The other 19 outer court disciples can challenge any one of the people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 at will. If you defeat your opponent, you can replace them. Conversely, if you lose, you'll lose the qualifications to challenge. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. I hope all of you choose carefully. The Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, spoke out in a clear voice. Now, the remaining 19 people will choose their opponents in order according to the lot number in their hands. Hu Shuifeng's face sank when he heard Jing Fan, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the lot number in his hand. His lot number was lot number 25. According to the rules Jing Fan spoke of, he had to wait for the people in front to finish choosing before he could choose his opponent. It was fine if it was someone else. However, Shi Hao was still in front of him. The first person to choose his opponent was the possessor of lot number 2, an outer court male disciple. His gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian's group of 10 before finally descending onto Duan Lingtian. He searched back and forth, and only Duan Lingtian he had the confidence to defeat. Humph. However, when a cold snort sounded out by his ears, he instead noticed that Shi Hao's cold and indifferent gaze had descended onto him, causing him to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Only now did he recall that the reason Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier was because of this Duan Lingtian. He took a deep breath. In the end, he still didn't choose Duan Lingtian. He didn't dare offend Shi Hao. He could only choose another person. The result also caused him to be defeated and lose the qualifications to compete for the top 10 of the outer court martial competition. Duan Lingtian watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. He knew that his first battle today was bound to be against Shi Hao. Just as he'd said to Hidong earlier. What should come will come. Chapter 310. In the second round of the outer court martial competition, besides Duan Lingtian, Hidong, and Zuoqing, the other 7 people that were temporarily ranked in the top 10 were successively challenged. Some maintained their position in the top 10, and some were replaced. On the combat ring, the situation of the battles became even more intense. Sword images crisscrossed, sword howls rose and fell continuously. Although Duan Lingtian was the weakest in the eyes of most of the 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples, but no one challenged him by name. Because everyone knew that this was the opponent that Shi Hao had decided on, if anyone dared challenge Duan Lingtian, then they would undoubtedly offend Shi Hao. They didn't dare offend Shi Hao. As for Hidong and Zuoqing, both of them were famous outer court disciples in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and were only slightly inferior to the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. So, in the eyes of the group of 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples that issued the challenges, challenging He Dong and Zhou Qing was simply a waste of a challenge opportunity. Everyone only had one chance to issue a challenge, and they had to properly cherish it. So, they tried their best to choose opponents that they had confidence in. Along with an outer court disciple that was ranked in the top 10 being defeated and replaced, it was the turn of the next outer court disciple to issue a challenge, right at this moment. The bustling and clamorous Mizar platform had completely gone silent, and it became tranquil. The gazes of everyone descended onto a single person. This was a young man with a savage and warped appearance, and a pair of triangular eyes flickered with an icy cold light as he stared fixedly at the person on the combat ring at the center. It's finally Senior Brother Shihao's turn. Senior Brother Shihao was waiting for this moment. Looks like this Duan Ling Tian is going to be struck with misfortune. If I was him, I'd surely admit defeat directly. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples followed Shihao's gaze to descend onto Duan Ling Tian, and they whispered in discussion. Duan Ling Tian stood there without moving like a mountain, with a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time that Shihao shouted out coldly, his figure flashed out as if he transformed into a cheetah that pounced onto the first combat ring, and he stood there with an icy cold gaze that never left Duan Ling Tian. He had challenged Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Shihao's icy cold gaze was mixed with extreme fury and killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Ling Tian into 1,000 pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. At a corner not far from the first combat ring, the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, stood there, his eyes emitting greed and delight, as if he'd already seen the scene of him obtaining that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. For the sake of the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, it could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. Especially when the rules of the outer court martial competition were changed at the last minute and turned into a battle of life and death. He was also the one who exerted his strength at the back. Everything he did was for the sake of obtaining Duan Ling Tian's cultivation method. Muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Now, he'd already seen hope, the hope of obtaining the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Humph. Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance with an exceedingly gloomy expression, and his pair of icy cold eyes seemed as if they were about to swallow someone up. This Shihao had actually seized his prey. His gaze descended onto Shihao, and he already had a plan in his heart. Once Shihao killed Duan Ling Tian, he would replace Duan Ling Tian and enter the top 10, then, he would directly challenge Shihao. In the past, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Shihao. But it was different now. There was an additional grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that provided an amplification of 29%, and his strength had increased greatly. He had the confidence to defeat and even kill Shihao. Scoundrel. Even though Duan Ling Tian revealed strong confidence before Li Fei, but Li Fei was still slightly worried. Her white teeth lightly bit her alluring red lips as she stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. After all, inscriptions couldn't be utilized in the outer court martial competition. She saw Duan Ling Tian standing there without moving for a long time. The Mizar platform was once again in an uproar. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian intends to admit defeat? Looking at his current posture, it ought to be, it can't be, right? I still want to see him fight. I'm extremely curious, how exactly did a young man that's a little over 20 kill a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, and how did he pass the first round of the outer court martial competition and advance to the second round of the outer court martial competition? I'm curious as well. Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to see it. Most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples thought that Duan Ling Tian had already intended to admit defeat. The smile that appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. This Duan Ling Tian wouldn't really want to admit defeat, right? Zhao Lin's heart burned with anxiety, and wished for nothing more than to rush up and directly grab Duan Ling Tian and throw him onto the first combat ring, and make Duan Ling Tian battle Shihao. Oh. Shihao, looks like you frightened Duan Ling Tian quite a bit. Why don't you choose another person? Give this Duan Ling Tian to me, how about it? Hu Shuifeng laughed loudly, then glanced mockingly at Shi Hao, who stood on the first combat ring in the distance. Shi Hao paid no attention to him, and his cold and fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, since you dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, it wouldn't be because you don't dare accept my challenge, right? Looks like you're really a coward, an out-and-out coward. Coward! Shi Hao once again wantonly humiliated Duan Lingtian in front of everyone. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had once again attracted the gazes of the crowd, finally made a move. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and his calm gaze descended onto Shi Hao as he said in a low voice, "Shi Hao, you hate me to the bone, and wish for nothing more than to kill me right away to take revenge for your sister, Shi Yan. I'm clear of all this." Humph. Shi Hao's gaze went slightly cold, and his triangular eyes were filled with ruthlessness. It's good that you're clear. Today, unless you want to be an out-and-out coward. Otherwise, once you dare ascend the first combat ring, Shi Hao, Shi Yan's brother, will make you die without a corpse. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when he heard Shi Hao's ruthless words, and he slowly said, "Then do you know why I crippled your sister's dantian?" Shi Hao was slightly impatient as he said, "I don't care why you crippled my sister's dantian. When you crippled my sister's dantian and crippled my sister's cultivation, you were already bound to become a dead man. You were bound to only be able to repent on the path to hell." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression finally changed. "What you mean is, even if I crippled Shi Yan's dantian, there was a reason behind it, and it was because Shi Yan took the initiative to provoke me and attack me. Even so, you wouldn't feel guilty? You wouldn't feel that all this was something Shi Yan brought upon herself? You wouldn't feel that you didn't teach your sister well?" Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he stared fixedly at Shi Hao as he asked word by word. Whoosh! The Mizar platform was in an uproar, and all the 7-star sword sect disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian crippling Shi Yan's dantian had a reason. I heard long ago that Shi Yan relied on her brother, Shi Hao, who was the #1 disciple in the outer court, to run amok in Arcade Peak and bully people everywhere. Now it would seem that all this is true. This time, Shi Yan could be considered to have bitten off more than she could chew, and even had her cultivation crippled because of this. If it's really like this, then Shi Yan indeed deserved it. Yeah, Duan Lingtian doing this can be considered to have removed a malignant tumor for Arcade Peak and even our 7-star sword sect. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples discussed animatedly. Shi Hao's warped and savage features were already tangled together when he heard Duan Lingtian. Now, when he heard the discussion of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples, his face seemed to have become a hemp rope that was completely twisted together. Duan Lingtian! Shi Hao abruptly shouted out explosively with a voice that was like a thunderclap. His gaze that was icy cold to the extreme passed through his pair of triangular eyes to descend onto Duan Lingtian. "I, Shi Hao, will tell you right now. No matter what my sister did, no matter if my sister was wrong first. In my eyes, no matter what my sister did. You, Duan Lingtian, don't have the qualifications to cripple her cultivation. Don't have the qualifications?" Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. "Then what you mean is that even if your sister, Shi Yan, wants to cripple my dantian, I still can't resist? I can only stand on the spot and wait for your sister to cripple my dantian? I can only allow myself to be slaughtered by your sister?" "Exactly," Shi Hao said coldly, "this is your best choice. But unfortunately, you didn't have such a choice. If you did, then perhaps you'd only become a cripple and wouldn't die. Yet now, you're bound to die at my hands. Do you regret it? But unfortunately, it's useless no matter how much you regret it. Today, you, Duan Lingtian, will die for sure." Shi Hao's every word contained killing intent, and he revealed his resolution to kill Duan Lingtian. His words were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. It caused most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present to feel a chill run down their spines, of course, There were also some seven-star sword sect outer court disciples that were extremely furious. Shi Hao is so overbearing. Yeah, according to what he said, no matter whose Dantian his sister wants to cripple, that person still can't resist. Otherwise, that person will be targeted by him and even killed. Does he really think that his family owns the seven-star sword sect? Duan Lingtian, ignore him. Even if you admit defeat, no one will look down on you. Right, with your natural talent in the martial Dao, you'll easily surpass Shi Hao in a few years. There's no need to lose your life for a momentary dispute of personal feelings. Your future is bright and far from what Shi Hao can compare to. You must think thrice. Shi Hao's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it completely caused an uproar on Mizar platform. At the same time that many seven-star sword sect outer court disciples were furious, they were even ceaselessly persuading Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. There was a scale in everyone's heart. Although they couldn't be considered to have any friendship with Duan Lingtian. But at this moment, the scale in their hearts was undoubtedly biased towards Duan Lingtian, the side that was in the right and was at a disadvantage. Chapter 311. Now, even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, couldn't help but frown when he heard what Shi Hao said. Duan Lingtian, admit defeat. There's no need to throw away your life for this. Duan Lingtian's eardrums slightly trembled as he received a voice. He was the only one who could hear this voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Jing Fan who stood nearby. Now, Jing Fan lightly nodded to him. It was precisely Jing Fan who'd condensed his origin energy to speak to him. Duan Lingtian was grateful in his heart towards Jing Fan's good intentions, and he replied with a smile. When Jing Fan saw Duan Lingtian nodding to him with a smile, he thought that Duan Lingtian had accepted his suggestion, but in the next moment, Duan Lingtian's actions instead caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique, seeming to have transformed into a spirit serpent. In the blink of an eye, he descended the first combat ring and stood opposite of Shi Hao, who was glaring fiercely at him. Duan Lingtian actually didn't admit defeat. Is he courting death? Most of the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. As far as they were concerned, it was impossible for the current Duan Lingtian to be a match for Shi Hao. Zhao Lin started laughing. He was worried earlier that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat. In that way, his plan would completely fail, and everything he'd done in secret would be in vain. Now, the worry in his heart had vanished without a trace, and replacing it was delight. So long as Shi Hao kills Duan Lingtian, I'll be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Traces of a burning sheen were mixed within Zhao Lin's gaze. Scoundrel! Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face slightly tensed up as she looked nervously at Duan Lingtian, and she was slightly perturbed in her heart. Although she ceaselessly told herself in her heart to believe this man, when it really came to this moment, she couldn't help but be worried in her heart. Unknowingly, this man had long since become her everything, her everything. It was difficult for her to imagine. How was she going to live on without this man? Perhaps, she would follow along. On the first arena. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shi Hao with a carefree expression that remained unperturbed. He had said everything that needed to be said. Since Shi Hao was so stubborn, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian emitted a strong battle intent, as if he had turned into an undefeatable god of war. When Shi Hao saw Duan Lingtian enter the arena, his pair of sinister triangular eyes revealed a joyous expression. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was like the gaze of a hunter eyeing his prey. Duan Lingtian, after I kill you, I'll wring your head off and bring it back to my sister. I'm sure she'll feel gratified. Shi Hao's voice was incomparably cold. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. A 7th-grade spirit sword. Suddenly, Shi Hao took a stride forward. Instantly, dust suffused the air at the place Shi Hao's foot landed. Origin energy raged and leaped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Shirhao's hand. Presently, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above Shirhao before condensing into 127 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end, 7th level of the origin core stage. A grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 27%. Duan Lingtian's expression went serious when he saw Shirhao starting to accumulate strength. Shirhao was a 7th level origin core stage martial artist, he didn't dare be careless. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body slightly moved. The energy of heaven and earth roiled above him, and 80 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the origin core stage. Instantly, waves of astonished and indescribable voices sounded out on the Mizar platform as expected. This Duan Lingtian. He's simply a monster. A little over 20, 6th level of the origin core stage. I'm not dreaming, right? I really hope this is a dream. Don't be so discouraging. A little over 20, 6th level of the origin core stage. Even if it's that person who's the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he didn't seem to be so monstrous all those years ago, right? If Duan Lingtian was born 5 years earlier, the head of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would absolutely not be that person. Unbelievable. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were shocked to the point their hearts seemed to be about to stop beating, and after they recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but make a fuss. The scene before them caused them to be indescribably shocked. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they would absolutely not be willing to believe that all this was true. Scoundrel broke through. Li Fei's face revealed a delighted expression when she saw this scene. As expected. He Dong's brows raised as he thought in his heart. But, even if this Duan Lingtian has really broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, his strength is still inferior to Shirhao's strength by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. If he were to utilize the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword, then the gap between him and Shirhao isn't just the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. He Dong was slightly curious. Under such a gap, why was Duan Lingtian still able to be so confident? Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing the Fecta Peak 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Soaring, 3 months ago, and he knew that Duan Lingtian defeated Soaring as the weak, but, at that time, Xiaoying's strength was only a little over 10 ancient mammoths stronger than Duan Lingtian. Now, Shirhao's strength was instead stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths or more. Zuoqing stood at the side, her beautiful brows slightly frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. Now, she could only hope that Duan Lingtian would create another miracle, but, was this possible? The gap was so huge. 6th level of the origin core stage. Starting from the Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, the group of outer court elders of Mizar Peak and the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, all had dumbstruck expressions. Natural talent was too shocking. As expected, the effect of the rebirth of the muscle meridian cleansing scroll isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The burning in Zhao Lin's eyes became even more frenzied. Whereas now, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian didn't care in the slightest towards the sensation he caused. The strength of 80 ancient mammoths. 3 months ago, not long after he killed Xiaoying, he'd already grasped it. At that time, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, and exerting his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. The quake energy had increased along with it, and its scope of effect had increased to the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. But, all of this was history. Now, after cultivating for another 3 months, with the natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Lingtian obtained after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk and being reborn, his cultivation had broken through once again. 5 days ago, he'd once again broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. At the same time, he'd grasped the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 6th level origin core stage martial artist, the strength of 91 ancient mammoths. Not only that, after he broke through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy had increased once again. Presently, the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of the opponent Duan Ling Tian faced didn't exceed the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, his quake energy would be able to easily destroy his opponent. Now, Duan Ling Tian had utilized the strength of 80 ancient mammoths and concealed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. It was precisely because he wanted to give others a false impression, making others think that he was only an ordinary 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Besides that, as far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, even if he only used the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, through the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword and relying on the quake energy, it was already sufficient to deal with Shihao. There was no need to expose his entire strength. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. 6th level of the origin core stage. Shihao was shocked by the cultivation Duan Ling Tian revealed. He wouldn't take an ordinary 6th-level origin core stage martial artist seriously. But the 6th-level origin core stage martial artist that stood before him now was a young man that was a little over 20. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by such natural talent. He had to admit that this Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed shocking. Even throughout the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been such a monstrous figure. I never imagined that I, Shihao, would actually have the chance to kill a genius martial artist that possesses such monstrous natural talent in my lifetime. Shihao's heart was filled with excitement. This Shihao, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that besides hatred, the gaze Shihao shot at him faintly contained a trace of excitement. He was able to guess Shihao's thoughts. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Does this Shihao really think I'm meat on the chopping block? Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He lightly shook it as origin energy flashed and raged. Whoosh! To the side of the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian, another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, relying on the grade 7 spirit sword, Duan Ling Tian was able to exert the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian, you wouldn't be thinking that you can go against me with just this little bit of strength, right? I'm extremely curious if you'll be able to create another miracle like 3 months ago. Shihao's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and the corners of his mouth that lightly curled into a ridiculing smile. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Ling Tian defeating a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple 3 months ago. Now, there's a difference of the strength of 26 ancient mammoths between us. Let me see how you'll make up for this difference. At the same time that Shihao spoke, his figure flashed like the wind as he charged towards Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! Origin energy coiled around the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand as it whistled out. Instantly, it condensed into 81 sword silhouettes. Amongst these 81 sword silhouettes, only one of them was the true killing move. It's the high-grade profound rank sword skill, 9-9 sword technique, at the perfection stage. Many 7-star sword sect disciples recognized the sword skill Shihao executed. 81 identical sword silhouettes tore through the sky, causing the air to become sluggish, and sword howls continued without end as they converged together, causing it to be incomparably ear-piercing. The eardrums of some 7-star sword sect outer court disciples with comparatively lower cultivations shook, and their faces went ghastly pale. Whoosh! 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 The 81 sword silhouettes were like a myriad of swords returning to their source as they locked onto Duan Ling Tian, and they carried along a shocking aura as they swept out. Chapter 312. The 81 identical sword silhouettes whistled over, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel a trace of pressure. Of course, it was only a trace. This sword skill is slightly interesting. Ordinary people are unable to see through it. After fusing with the lifetime worth of memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, it was equivalent to possessing the lifetime worth of the Samsara Emperor Wu's abundant martial arts experience. With a single glance, Duan Ling Tian discerned the formidable aspect of Shihao's sword skill. This sword skill. It paid particular attention to transforming reality into illusion, transforming illusion into reality. An ordinary person was utterly unable to distinguish which sword image was the real one amongst these 81 sword images with the naked eye. However, as an inscription master who knows how to utilize spiritual force, although this sword skill isn't bad, it has nowhere to hide before me. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He had to admit that the sword skill Shihao executed was extremely strong. Moreover, he was able to discern that this sword skill was extremely difficult to cultivate, let alone cultivate it to the perfection stage. Shihao was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and suppress a group of 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples, and the contribution of this sword skill was probably not small. Die! Shihao's gaze went cold, and accompanied by his figure flashing out, the 81 sword images revolved around Duan Ling Tian and flashed out from all directions, seeming to have transformed into numerous extremely swift flowing lights that pierced towards Duan Ling Tian. Even until now, not a single one of the 81 sword images revealed even the slightest clue. This was also the terrifying aspect of the 99 sword technique. Deliberately mystifying. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force flashed out, and he easily found the location of the real sword image amongst the 81 sword images. He abruptly turned around, and his gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Ling Tian attacked, his sword striking out like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The exceedingly swift sword light quickly found the location of the real sword image amongst the 81 sword images of the 99 sword technique that Shihao executed. Clang! The two grade 7 spirit swords directly collided, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. Impossible! The hand that was holding the sword shook, causing Shihao's expression to change greatly. Immediately, his triangular eyes revealed a luster of disbelief. He never would have thought that Duan Ling Tian would actually be able to see through his sword skill, see through the 81 sword shadows, and see where the real sword was, and block it in time. After all, since his 99 sword technique was cultivated to the perfection stage, none of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were able to see through it. It could be said that the 99 sword technique was the foundation of his invincibility in the outer sect. And now, his greatest trump card had been seen through. Luck, it must be luck. Shihao didn't want to believe that Duan Ling Tian had the ability to see through his sword skill. His mind quickly calmed down, and he gripped his grade 7 spirit sword tightly. Luck was only a part of one's strength. Strength, the biggest thing to rely on, was still powerful strength, invincible strength. A hint of madness appeared on Shihao's twisted and ferocious face. Whoosh! Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Shihao's hand that was in a deadlock with Duan Ling Tian's grade 7 spirit sword abruptly skyrocketed, and it revealed a peerlessly formidable strength, the strength of 127 ancient mammoths, fully exploding out. The terrifying strength followed the grade 7 spirit sword and whistled out, desiring to blast Duan Ling Tian flying along with his sword. At this moment, Shihao seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being blasted flying by him, then being pursued and killed by him. His face revealed a mad and ferocious smile. Die! Want to use strength to suppress me? Duan Ling Tian's hand shook as he felt a formidable strength transmit over, and it instantly suppressed the strength of his grade 7 spirit sword. He guessed Shihao's intentions, and his face went cold as the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian commanded in his heart. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand started to rage and roil, and it trembled at an extremely swift frequency. This frequency was still ceaselessly speeding up. Own. 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 The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword trembled at an incomparably swift frequency, but not a single person present was able to notice it. Even the Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, only shook his head and sighed now. He didn't hold any hope towards Duan Ling Tian when he saw Shihao erupt. What a pity for a peerless genius. Jing Fan shook his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he sighed. Since it was a life and death battle, then it was naturally not good for him to interfere. A man without integrity wouldn't exist. Not to mention, this life and death battle wasn't just his integrity, it was related to the integrity of the entire Seven-Star Sword sect. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Seven-Star Sword sect had always adhered to integrity, and this was the reason why it was able to stand for a few thousand years. This was also the foundation of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Ah! Right at this moment, Jing Fan heard a shrill cry sound out, and it pierced his eardrums to the point they trembled. For a moment, he subconsciously thought that it was Duan Lingtian that was shrill crying. But in next to no time, he seemed to have noticed something, and his body abruptly trembled. Wait! This isn't Duan Lingtian's voice. When he raised his head and saw the scene in the distance, his pupils instantly stared wide open. At this moment, it wasn't only Jing Fan. Even the group of Mizark Peak Outer Court elders and the group of Seven-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples that were present had their pupils stared wide open, and they stared blankly at the scene in the distance, and their faces were covered in expressions of disbelief. How could this be possible? Scoundrel! Li Fei looked at the scene before her and heaved a sigh of relief, and her smile was like a flower. Trash! Hu Shuefeng's face was gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into a line that flashed with cold lights as he spat out two words in disdain. On the number 1 combat ring. The palm of Shirhao's hand that held his sword split open, and fresh blood sprayed out. As for his grade 7 spirit sword, it had already been flicked flying, and it landed in the distance with a clang. One could vaguely see that the sword hilt was dyed with a layer of fresh blood, and it dripped onto the combat ring to form numerous red-colored little roses. No. Impossible. What's that? Shirhao shuddered, and his savage and warped features were covered in terror as he stared at the young man that stood before him with an expression of disbelief, and he was even slightly unable to speak properly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used the quake energy to suppress Shirhao, and after making Shirhao abandon his sword, his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and his origin energy skyrocketed and raged. The quake energy appeared once more. Bang! His leg swept out, and it descended onto the arm that Shirhao swung out with the intention of blocking. The terrifying tremor energy gushed out from his body. Ah! Shirhao felt a terrifying trembling energy come from his arm. This was an extremely terrifying energy, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster, practically affecting the flesh and bones in his entire body, causing his face to go ghastly pale, and it was difficult to mobilize the origin energy in his entire body. Right when Shirhao stood there and ceaselessly danced, causing the group of people present to be unable to understand what was going on. Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword. Whoosh! He didn't utilize a sword skill, and a straightforward sword strike directly flashed out. Presently, the origin energy in Shirhao's entire body was affected, and he was utterly unable to mobilize it, let alone block this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's. Puchi! A strand of blood blossomed, and the peerlessly fierce sword strike directly entered Shirhao's chest and passed through his body. Shirhao's body that was shaken to the point of being weak and powerless trembled, and his gaze was unfocused as he looked at the young man before him with an expression of disbelief, and he struggled to say something. No. No. But, in the end, Shirhao didn't finish what he wanted to say in the end, and his pair of triangular eyes stared wide open as he directly fell down. Bang! An expanse of dust arose above the number 1 combat ring, and it suffused the air. Shirhao, the number 1 disciple in the 7-Star Sword Sect's outer court, dead. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Shirhao, who lay there with his pair of triangular eyes staring wide open, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Then he put away the grade 7 spirit sword. Of course, he didn't forget to put away Shirhao's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. All of these were his spoils of the battle. Practically at the instant Shirhao's corpse crashed onto the ground, the Mizar platform was deathly silent. Besides Li Fei's face that revealed a delighted smile, the others all stood blankly on the spot, as if their throats were choked by someone, and their faces flushed red, and they were unable to make a sound for a long time. The impact of the scene before their eyes was too great to them. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian, who ought to have been killed by Shi Hao, had actually relied on the strength of a mere 101 ancient mammoths to launch a shocking counterattack and kill Shi Hao instead. At this moment, their hearts were like tempestuous waves that surged within them, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Finally, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, was the first to react, and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and it was filled with burning gazes. If this gaze could ignite flames, perhaps it would be able to ignite Duan Ling Tian's entire body. Such a monstrous genius has actually appeared in my 7-star sword sect. He's only a little over 20, and possesses a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Not to mention this, he actually relied on the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who exerted his full strength and exerted the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Even in the entire inner court, there aren't many inner court disciples that possess sword skills that can compare to Shi Hao's 9-9 sword technique. But he saw through it with a single glance. Even a nascent soul martial artist might not be able to see through Shi Hao's 9-9 sword technique so easily. Presently, it wasn't only Jing Fan who was excited. Even the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that were present had excited expressions. The appearance of such a monstrous genius in the 7-star sword sect was undoubtedly of great significance to the 7-star sword sect. They could imagine that in another few years, this monstrous genius would surely be a figure that was comparable to the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no, perhaps even surpassing the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. For a time, the gazes that the 7-star sword sect disciples present looked at Duan Ling Tian with burned gazes. Although the 7-star sword sect was the strongest top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, this year's younger generation hadn't been outstanding in the younger generation. But in these past few years, the younger generation wasn't outstanding, and was far inferior to the 5 great young masters whose reputations were spread far and wide. Now, the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect urgently needed a true young expert, a young expert that could compete with the 5 great young masters. They saw hope on Duan Ling Tian. Freak! Chapter 313. Not far away from Hedong, Zhua Qing stood there, and her pretty face went pale from fright as well. Her heartbeat slightly sped up. Junior sister has really found an extraordinary man. He actually really killed Shi Hao. Another miracle. No. Impossible. Impossible. The Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, had now recovered from his shock as well, and as he glanced at Shi Hao's corpse that lay on the first combat ring, he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian, who should have died at Shi Hao's hands, had actually made a strong counterattack and killed Shi Hao instead. Traces of unwillingness arose within his heart. He didn't care about Shi Hao's life or death. But now that Shi Hao was dead, it also meant that everything he did this time was only useless. He had failed at the last step. Duan Ling Tian. I've still underestimated you. After a short moment, Zhao Lin caught his breath, and his pair of fierce eyes were suffused with frightening cold lights as they descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength had exceeded his expectations. No. I didn't underestimate you, I underestimated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Now, the yearning in Zhao Lin's heart towards the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll had almost reached the point of qi deviation. Duan Ling Tian stood on the first combat ring and seemed to have noticed something, his brows slightly raised, and with a glance, he looked towards the distant Zhao Lin. The frenzied yearning in Zhao Lin's eyes caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to jerk. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. This Zhao Lin seems to have not given up. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze from Zhao Lin, then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a spirit serpent, leaving the first combat ring. Meanwhile, the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform reacted to what had happened. Duan Ling Tian's strength is too terrifying. The number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court was so easily killed by him. Now that Shirhao is dead, the title of #1 disciple of the outer court will change hands. If Duan Lingtian is able to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition today, then he would be the well-deserved #1 disciple in the outer court. I'm looking forward to it. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes were filled with burning anticipation. At this time, Duan Lingtian returned to the center of the arena. Not bad. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian returned a smile and returned to Zhua Qing's side. Duan Lingtian, how did you see through Shirhao's 99 sword technique? He Dong took a few steps forward and stood beside Duan Lingtian. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Zhua Qing looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said in a light voice, Shirhao can only blame himself for being unlucky. His sword skill is extremely brilliant, and it's difficult for an ordinary person to see through it. But unfortunately, I've studied inscriptions for a period of time with an inscription master, and I know how to utilize spiritual force. My spiritual force extended out and easily broke through his sword skill. Hiss! He Dong gasped, and his face was filled with shock. You possess such a cultivation at such an age. I originally thought that you were wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. You actually studied the inscription patterns? What a martial artist feared the most when cultivating was to be distracted. Even He Dong himself, although he had a decent natural talent in weapons crafting, he didn't study weapons crafting and become a weapons crafting master, because his ambition wasn't in the Tao of weapons crafting. So, he gave up his decent natural talent in weapons crafting and wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivating in the martial Tao. I only studied it for a few days. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. But, He Dong naturally wouldn't not believe what Duan Lingtian said now. Now that Duan Lingtian was able to utilize spiritual force, it could be imagined that Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions would surely not be low. Although Zhua Qing didn't speak, a tempestuous storm still arose in her heart. At this moment, a trace of envy couldn't help but arise in her heart. She envied her junior sister for finding such a good husband. He Dong's eyes flickered as he sighed with emotion. Shirhao was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and was able to surpass me, Zhua Qing, and Hu Shuifeng by relying on his high-grade profound rank sword skill, 99 sword technique. Today, he lost at your hands, and his loss wasn't unjust. Actually, in He Dong's heart, what he was most curious about was what method Duan Lingtian used to kill Shirhao. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's method had overturned his past understanding of strength. In the past, in his eyes, so long as one's strength was strong enough, it was sufficient to crush everything. But today, he witnessed with his own eyes how Duan Lingtian used the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shirhao, who displayed the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Only now did he understand that strength didn't represent everything. In the past, he was only a frog at the bottom of a well. But He Dong didn't know. Now, not only him, even the Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, and the 10 Mizar Peak outer court elders present had similar feelings as He Dong. Of course, even though He Dong was curious about Duan Lingtian's method, he also yearned to investigate in depth. But he didn't open his mouth to ask. Because he knew what he should ask, and what he shouldn't ask. Duan Lingtian's method was obviously a method that surpassed martial skills and strength. This kind of method was the greatest trump card for anyone. It was impossible to easily reveal to others. Humph. Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance with an incomparably gloomy expression. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually kill Shirhao. This was something that he'd never thought of before. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would surely die if he went against Shirhao. But the outcome had exceeded his expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Shirhao instead. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that even if it was him, it was impossible for him to kill Shirhao so straightforwardly. Damn it! How the hell did he do it? Hu Shuifeng noticed that when he faced Duan Lingtian now, traces of fear and terror actually faintly arose in the depths of his heart. This caused him to feel incomparably ashamed and resentful. A kid that was a little over 20 had actually caused him to involuntarily have such feelings, damn it. Alright, the challenges continue. In next to no time, Jing Fan spoke out once more and announced that the outer court martial competition would continue. The following challenges proceeded like a raging fire, but all the challengers had reached a common tacit understanding, and no one dared challenge Duan Lingtian by name. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had just killed the #1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Although they were conceited, they weren't conceited to the point of thinking that they were stronger than Shi Hao. Moreover, they'd clearly seen the battle from before, from the beginning until the end, that Shi Hao didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before being killed by Duan Lingtian. So long as they recalled the scene from before, they couldn't help but shudder. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. Along with the challengers issuing challenges to the outer court disciples that were temporarily ranked in the top 10, the top 10 people of the second round of the outer court martial competition were finally confirmed. The 10 people that included Duan Lingtian, Zhou Qing, He Dong, and Hu Shuifeng were ranked in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time. Now, the top 10 people of the outer court martial competition have already been confirmed. What will be carried out next is the ranking battles. Based on strength, list out the specific rankings of the top 10 people. Along with Jing Fan's voice sounding out, everyone knew that the outer court martial competition this time had already come to an end. Every 2 people amongst the 10 of you will have a battle with each other. In other words, any one of you will have to battle the other 9 people. There will be an elder recording for all of you, and the person that wins 9 battles will be ranked first in the outer court martial competition this time. The person that wins 8 battles will be ranked second, the person that wins 7 battles will be ranked third, and so on and so forth. Jing Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 10 people as he spoke out once more. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In this way, every single one of the 10 people would have a battle with each other. These rules couldn't be any fairer. Duan Lingtian, you go first. A voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and only now did he notice that it was Jing Fan speaking to him. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and nodded before ascending the combat ring. Now, any of you that have the confidence to defeat Duan Lingtian can go up and battle. Jing Fan looked at He Dong, Zhou Qing, Hu Shuifeng, and the other 10 people as he spoke indifferently. But no one made a move. Earlier, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed when he killed Shi Hao caused all of them to be fearful, and they didn't have the slightest confidence. Even Hu Shuifeng was obediently standing on the spot now. He didn't dare go up. Duan Lingtian's methods were too strange, and even Shi Hao was easily killed by him. Although he was conceited and felt that he could defeat Shi Hao by relying on his grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%, but he'd never thought that he would be able to easily defeat Shi Hao. Didn't senior brother Hu Shuifeng ask Shi Hao to give Duan Lingtian to him earlier? Now that he has the chance, why isn't he going up? You can't even discern this? Senior brother Hu Shuifeng didn't know of Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and now that he's seen the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao, he's surely given up on the thought of fighting Duan Lingtian. Looks like senior brother Hu Shuifeng only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The voices of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples entered into Hu Shuifeng's ears, and it caused Hu Shuifeng's body to tremble as if he was struck by lightning, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian. Hu Shuifeng's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with fierceness and ruthlessness. As far as he was concerned, the culprit behind all this was Duan Lingtian. He pushed all the blame onto Duan Lingtian. But even then, he still didn't dare ascend the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian, because he was afraid that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian. On the combat ring, Duan Lingtian stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he transformed into an invincible god of war, and no one dared battle him. Jing Fan wasn't surprised by this scene, and he said indifferently, after the time of 10 breaths, if no one ascends the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian, then the other 9 people will be considered to have admitted defeat. Duan Lingtian's battle record is 9 battles and 9 victories. The battle record of the other 9 people is 1 battle and 1 loss. Chapter 3:14. The time of 10 breaths quickly passed. However, there was still no one that ascended the combat ring to battle Duan Ling Tian. Since it's like this, then without a doubt, the first in the outer court martial competition today is Duan Ling Tian. The Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, announced with a calm tone. Duan Ling Tian had become the well-deserved first in the outer court martial competition today. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. On the Mizar platform, after a short moment of silence, it was completely in an uproar. The faces of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples flushed red as they excitedly shouted out Duan Ling Tian's name. They knew clearly in their hearts. From today onwards, Duan Ling Tian would become a milestone in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, a little over 20 years old, the #1 disciple in the outer court. In the thousands of years of history of the 7-star sword sect, there had never been anyone that was able to obtain such an achievement at this age. When faced with the fervent and excited 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, Duan Ling Tian stood there with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. What a Duan Ling Tian! Jing Fan had always been paying attention to Duan Ling Tian, and when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was still able to be so composed at this time, he couldn't help but raise his opinion of Duan Ling Tian slightly. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Jing Fan shouted out in shock, and his voice suppressed all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present. Under the focused gazes of the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. With a raise of his hand, a flowing light flashed out. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian became vigilant when Jing Fan spoke, and now when he saw Jing Fan throw something over, he hurriedly extended his hand to catch it. When he looked carefully, it was a spatial ring. Meanwhile, Jing Fan spoke. Inside this spatial ring is the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Besides the reward that's almost the same as the first place in the outer court martial competition in the past, there's an additional reward, and that's the Profound Origin Fruit. Profound Origin Fruit. Although before the outer court martial competition began today, the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present had heard that the Profound Origin Fruit would become the additional reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. However, when the Profound Origin Fruit was obtained by someone else, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Numerous burning gazes descended onto the spatial ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand. There was a Profound Origin Fruit within it. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled at Jing Fan before putting away the storage ring in his hand. He was going to look at it when he got back. With a flash of his body, he flew out and landed beside Li Fei. Bastard! A wisp of a smile appeared on Li Fei's face. She felt happy for Duan Ling Tian that Duan Ling Tian was able to obtain first place in the outer court martial competition. This was her man, Li Fei's man. Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Fei, and his fierce eyes became gentle and tender like water. He was like a completely different person compared to the appearance he had during the battle with Shi Hao earlier. Duan Ling Tian and this Alcade Peak junior sister are simply a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Yeah, only a young genius like Duan Ling Tian is worthy of this junior sister. It truly causes others to be envious and jealous. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples sighed with emotion. Humph. Hu Shuefeng's expression was extremely unsightly. Earlier, when he saw Duan Ling Tian obtain the Profound Origin Fruit, flames of rage arose within his heart. As far as he was concerned, the Profound Origin Fruit ought to have been his. However, Duan Ling Tian had appeared out of nowhere and snatched his Profound Origin Fruit. Not to mention this. Now, Duan Ling Tian was actually flirting with this drop-dead gorgeous woman that he coveted, and it caused flames of rage to arise within his heart. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Hu Shuefeng hated Duan Ling Tian to the point he gnashed his teeth. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Hu Shuefeng's gaze, but he utterly couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked at the distant Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin glared with his ghastly eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before turning around and leaving the balcony. When he saw Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze, Duan Lingtian knew that in the future, Zhao Lin would surely make a move against him from all aspects, all for the sake of obtaining the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lin. Boundless flames of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart towards Zhao Lin's endless chatter. At the same time, besides Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people continued to compete for the top 10 rankings of the outer court martial competition. Although the first in the outer court martial competition was seized away by Duan Lingtian. But the higher one's ranking was, the more rewards one would obtain. So, the other 9 people fought with all their might. Amongst the 9 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, Zuoqing, Hidong, and Hu Shuifeng's strengths were the strongest. When the 3 of them fought with the other 6, it was practically a one-sided suppression. Duan Lingtian discerned as well that the reason the 3 of them were able to firmly suppress the other 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples was because the sword skills they cultivated were comparatively superior. Just like Zuoqing's sword skills, every sword strike that was casually executed seemed to be a stroke of genius. Hidong's sword skills were unrestrained, and concealed killing intent, causing one to be unable to guard against it. Hu Shuifeng's sword skills had a total of 13 sword strikes, one after another like overlapping waves with boundless might. The final result. Hu Shuifeng relied on the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in his hand that provided a 29% amplification to display the strength of 129 ancient mammoths to suppress Zuoqing and Hidong, and was ranked second in the outer court martial competition this time. Second only to Duan Lingtian. As for the third place in the outer court martial competition, it was obtained by Hidong. Zuoqing was only ranked fourth. Along with the Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, distributing the rewards of the other 9 people, his clear voice sounded out. The outer court martial competition this time has come to an end. Those that didn't obtain any rewards shouldn't be discouraged, there's still a chance after 1 year. The 7-star Sword Sect's outer court martial competition was held once a year, and it never changed no matter what. Duan Lingtian, work hard and enter the inner court as soon as possible. I look favorably upon you. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and his face revealed a warm smile. Zheng Fan's attitude caused the group of Mizar Peak outer court elders to be greatly shocked. As outer court elders of Mizar Peak, they naturally knew the temper of this peak master. Even when facing an outstanding inner court disciple in the inner court, he'd never put down his airs and be so kind. I will. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, then under the envious and jealous gazes of the group of 7-star Sword Sect disciples, he held Li Fei's hand and walked shoulder to shoulder with Zuoqing to leave the Mizar Peak. They followed the flow of people to arrive near the Mizar Peak's trade hall, then stepped onto the chain bridge and left Mizar Peak. Duan Lingtian followed Li Fei back to her residence, and the pair of man and woman that were burning with passion once again lingered for a while before reluctantly separating. Profound Origin Fruit. Once I consume the Profound Origin Fruit, I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage at the first possible moment. At that time, not only will my strength be comparable to an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist, even my Quake energy will advance once again. On the way back to Migres Peak after leaving Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Most importantly, once I break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, I'll be able to condense a Grade 7 Pill Flame, Grade 7 Weapon Flame, and become a Grade 7 Alchemist and Grade 7 Weapons Craftsman. Now, Duan Lingtian was impatient to return home, and after he stepped onto the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he walked onto the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak and returned to Migres Peak. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that when he just stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform, he encountered a group of Migres Peak disciples, and all of them respectfully greeted him. In terms of age, these Migres Peak disciples were all older than him. But now, all of them called him Senior Brother with incomparable fervor. In this world where the strong are respected, it's so realistic. Strength is the foundation to gain a foothold. When I just entered the 7-star sword sect and entered Migres Peak, I was unknown and no one paid attention to me. Now, I've seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, and these people are all sticking to me like gangrene attached to the bone. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. This was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to obtain the respect of others, then one must be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, one could only become an ant beneath another's feet, and be trampled upon by another. The life of the strong was higher than the heavens. The life of the weak was lower than grass. When faced with these Migres Peak disciples, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded indifferently before leaving. When he left, his heart constricted. It's very likely that Zhao Lin is hiding in the shadows now, spying on me. But it isn't so easy to follow me. When he thought of Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze from before, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, then followed the flow of people and flashed out. Half an hour later, he appeared on a remote mountain path on Migres Peak. Only now did Duan Ling Tian dare swagger back to the peak of Migres Peak and return to the stalactite cave. I'll return now and consume the profound origin fruit. My cultivation will break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage in one go. As he walked on the road, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with excitement as he thought about it. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the peak of Migres Peak, at the side of the mountain path halfway up Migres Peak, bang! A palm print that was condensed into form whistled out and descended onto an enormous mountain rock. Instantly, the mountain rock shattered and shattered rocks flew everywhere. I let him escape again. Zhao Lin's face was gloomy, and he was exasperated. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the peak of Migres Peak, as usual, he took advantage of the situation and leaped, passing through the clouds and mist to descend onto the crooked tree. But, he'd only just stepped onto the crooked tree when his face went pale. His spiritual force clearly sensed that there seemed to be two formidable auras within the cave passageway. These two formidable auras were extremely terrifying. At least, to the current Duan Ling Tian, they were extremely terrifying. Before long, he noticed that the two auras were getting closer and closer, and at the same time, a wave of light footsteps accompanied them. Duan Ling Tian became vigilant as he looked towards the cave passageway. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Presently, a yellow-clothed young girl slowly walked out of the cave passageway. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old, her slightly immature cheeks seemed as if they'd been carved from jade, and there was a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her skin was tender, her smile was like a flower, and her appearance was charming and moving. Who are you? Chapter 315. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless when he heard what the young girl said. This place seemed to be his place of cultivation, right? Hiss hiss, suddenly, a wave of familiar sounds entered into his ears, causing Duan Ling Tian's body to slightly tremble, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. He looked at the young girl's wrist that was white like jade, and he could see two little heads sticking out. These were two little pythons. One of the little pythons was completely black with complicated golden markings on its body, and on its head was a golden horn that flickered with an icy cold sheen. The other little python was completely white with silver markings on its body, and the horn on its head was silver in color. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's mind surged, and he was unable to calm the restless feelings in his heart. These two little fellows had finally returned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from the young girl's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to their heart's content and licked Duan Lingtian's face, causing Duan Lingtian to only feel a wave of itchiness come from his face. It's good that you've returned, it's good that you've returned. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Although he'd always been thinking, when the two little fellows returned, he would surely teach them a good lesson. But when it really came to the moment they returned, his feelings were completely replaced by joy, and he was utterly unwilling to teach the two little fellows a lesson. After grabbing the two little fellows and holding them in his hand, Duan Ling Tian sized them up from top to bottom, and his face revealed a light smile. Although you two little fellows haven't stepped into the half-step void stage, you're obviously not far away. Looks like you two had a fortuitous encounter in the primeval forest. Although the two little fellows had consumed a lot of 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only improve natural talent and not cultivation. Relying on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern with a single glance. The cultivations of these two little fellows had obviously already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Compared to 5 months ago, he was much stronger. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was almost certain that these two little fellows must have had a fortuitous encounter in these 5 months. The two auras that he had sensed just now belonged to them. Hiss, hiss, the two little fellows raised their little heads and shook them at Duan Ling Tian. Their golden eyes and silver eyes shone with a proud luster. I know you guys are amazing. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, little black, little white. Have you been in the primeval forest all this time? Hiss, hiss. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the two little pythons suddenly turned their heads. So your names are Little Black and Little White. No wonder you don't like the names I gave you. A voice that was pleasing to the ear like a silver bell sounded out, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel refreshed. Only now did Duan Ling Tian realize that because of the appearance of the two little pythons, he'd actually overlooked the yellow-clothed young girl before him. Duan Ling Tian re-examined the young girl before him. The young girl's eyes ceaselessly spun and faintly contained a trace of craftiness mixed within, giving others a mischievous feeling. The young girl's skin was snow-white and tender, revealing a rosy glow within the whiteness, causing her to be even more beautiful and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Her body even emitted a strand of faint spirit energy, and within the spirit energy was a faint fragrance mixed within. It was simply a unique treasure bestowed to her by the Creator. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old. As she stood there, she was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, elegant and refined, pure and bright, fresh and pleasant. With the young girl's current appearance, it was unknown how devastatingly beautiful she would be in a few years. May I ask who you are? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze from the young girl before asking in a light voice. He believed that since the two little pythons were able to bring the young girl here, they surely trusted the young girl extremely. Moreover, his acute spiritual force told him that this young girl didn't have any cultivation, and was only an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The young girl was surely able to appear here because the two little pythons had brought her here. Although he didn't know why the two little pythons had brought the young girl here. When the yellow-clothed young girl heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she revealed a wisp of an innocent and charming smile that rippled like spring water and was bright and beautiful like the warm sun in spring. She playfully blinked her watery eyes. Big brother, I'm Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian smiled. A very nice name. Hee hee. When the young girl heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she giggled, and her gaze descended onto the two little pythons in Duan Ling Tian's hand as she asked curiously. Big brother, when did they start following you? When he heard the young girl, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and said, They've been following me since they were born. It's been over 4 years. Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly misty, as if he'd returned to the days in Aurora City. The two little pythons were born in the Li family's estate in Aurora City. No wonder they were so reluctant to part with you and were unwilling to follow us directly, the young girl muttered with a voice that only she could hear. What did you say? Duan Ling Tian only heard the young girl lightly muttering something and didn't hear it clearly, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. The young girl shook her head. Even when she wasn't smiling, her pretty face was filled with a smile, causing others to have an indescribable feeling of fondness. Where did Little White and Little Black kidnap this young girl from? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the young girl's face, and he was slightly absent-minded as he muttered to himself in his heart. Big brother, what are you looking at? The young girl blinked her jade-like clear eyes. Her face was full of innocence as she asked curiously. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The young girl's innocence made his heart as calm as still water, and it was difficult for him to have any thoughts of profaning her. He lightly smiled and asked, "Little sister, where's your home? Big brother will send you back." "I'm not a little sister, I'm Xuanai, Han Xuanai." The young girl pouted her cute little mouth, seeming to be slightly angry. Her angry appearance made one feel pity for her. "All right, Xuanai." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't fuss with a little girl, and he patiently asked, "Xuanai, where's your home?" "My home." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xuanai was like a little adult as she pondered. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he glared at the two little fellows in his hands as if he was asking, "Where did the two of you kidnap her from?" Finally, Xuanai came back to her senses. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, she moved her mischievous eyes and slowly said, "Big brother, my home is in a place very, very far away." Duan Lingtian's expression froze. A place very, very far away. What was the difference between this and not saying anything? "Little black, little white, come." Just as Duan Lingtian wanted to ask Xuanai further, he saw Xuanai raise her hand, and the two little pythons that were originally in his hands flew out and landed on Xuanai's face, rubbing against Xuanai's white wrist in an ingratiating manner. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be slightly stunned. Of the two little girls by his side, only Kerr was able to make the two little fellows like this. Even Li Fei, who had been with the two little fellows for a few years, was unable to make them like this. Who exactly was this yellow-clothed young girl? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that perhaps, from the beginning, he'd underestimated this young girl. Hee. "So you're called Little Black, Little White." Xuanai stretched out her white wrist that was as white as jade and lightly stroked the two little pythons. She giggled, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, "Big brother, when I named Little White Little Silver, it only shook its head to express its unwillingness. But when I named Little Black Little Gold, why did it suddenly become violent? And Little White as well, when it heard me call Little Black Little Gold, it also." Hiss. Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when the two little pythons that coiled around her white wrist had already become restless. "Look, they're here again." Xuanai shook her head and smiled helplessly. "Little Gold?" Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly strange when he heard Xuanai's words. He naturally knew the reason. Little Gold was the name of the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Kerr's side. Whereas the two little pythons had always taken Little Gold as their mortal enemy, so they were naturally very sensitive to the name Little Gold. It wasn't strange for them to become violent. "Xuanai, exactly where is your home? Tell Big brother will send you back." Duan Lingtian looked at Xuanai as he spoke. A young girl like this had been out for a long time, and he could imagine that her family was surely very worried. "Big brother, I told you, my home is very, very far away. I came out with Qing Nu." Xuanai pouted her cute little mouth as she spoke. "Qing Nu?" Duan Lingtian naturally thought that the Qing Nu that Xuanai spoke of was the servant by her side. Earlier, he discerned that with Xuanai's bearing, she surely had an extraordinary background. "Xuanai, where's Qing Nu now? I'll send you over to look for him. He's surely very anxious now that he's unable to find you." "Big brother, Qing Nu knows that Little Black, Little White, and I have come to look for you." Originally, Qing Nu wanted to come as well, but she had something to do at the last minute, so I brought Little Black and Little White along. Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she spoke slowly. "Look for me." Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Xuanai. "Yes." Xuanai nodded. "Qing Nu wanted to bring Little Black and Little White along with us, and Little Black and Little White wanted to leave with us as well. But they told Qing Nu that they wanted to seek your opinion. So, I brought them along." Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian's expression went grim. She wanted to take the two little fellows away from him. No! Little Black and Little White will absolutely not leave with you. Duan Lingtian's words were resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. As for what Xuanai said about Little Black and Little White wanting to leave with them, Duan Lingtian didn't believe it at all. What a joke. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.